We are once again alive upon the internet. Let's always make sure that we are and that I did all the category swapping and such correctly. We are gonna jump into Div2 for a minute or two. Yeah, that all looks good. Same for my audio there. Let's actually make this full screen. And yeah, new Lieutenant Gadwell bundle in the store. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. God, we left this character on the silliness that is this. Yeah. Let's jump in. We had weekly reset, of course. Let's have a look at what's available. What do we have? What can we spend some on? I actually have. You know, it's kind of want to save this silly thing on this character. If anything, I'm like, let's just delete this. Yeah. I'll just delete. I never liked that one anyway. Yeah, so save. So this is a kickflip. It's just silly enough that I kind of like it. Just silly enough. Actually, yeah, what is there actually any event this week? It's Kenley, right? Okay. It's weird that they're still doing Kenleys and like they didn't fix it. They fixed one way of doing it, maybe two or maybe more, but Kenley is still an issue. But yeah, we'll see if they ever touch that actually. Yeah, let's actually let's check the. Yeah, we don't have any scouts and stuff anymore. That part is done. We should actually do a few more masters this week and next week, just to kind of have done a few more than I have. Well, for now, let's take our SHT requisition. And yeah, 2 levels. Double XP for 15 levels. How quaint. That's the best word to describe it, right? Quaint. It's just... It's just from a bygone age at this point, getting double XP for 15 levels versus 5 times for 1,000. Yeah, let's maybe take a round of vendors. Sure, what are the weeklies? Okay. Oh, it's also Legendary Roosevelt. Curious actually if Master... Oh, actually we can check that now. Because yeah, we haven't had a Master before on... I wonder if Master will count for this. I likely shouldn't, but it's using the... Like, it's using, you know... the difficulty spot that exists for Legendary, so... Maybe it does. Actually, wouldn't even be a bad thing if they would count. Oh, and a weekly that is conflict based. So we'll definitely try to get that on this character. Get them ever closer to. I went the wrong way. Get them ever closer to 100 here. Vendors.
Good to see you.
Anything of use? That's already 2 brands we don't care about. Actually, let's check the countdown one before we skedaddle.
Damn, I'm hungry. I could eat a horse.
Swap chain as the 3rd item, so not even a DZ item there. Yeah, let's take it around the block. have a quick peek. Should have actually loaded in on second account. Because that's where I actually want to grind a few caches.
Always happy to see an agent.
We have Habsburg available. I should actually, that could be a good way, because yeah, we have to kind of figure out ways to spend some of these points. I feel some of this Habsburg might be exactly that. I tried to fast travel the Division 1 way. We played Division 1 for one day and it's already... I've forgotten how Division 2 works.
Looking for something specific?
I don't know. Do you have something specific? Because you don't. Yeah, nothing useful here. Let's look at the castle. The DZ ones, but yeah, we have Habsburg at least so far. So, good place to spend some resources.
Combat simulation program active.
At least for this account where I don't have the 2 Habsburg pieces yet. But also I didn't ever really go for them here. We have 511, very importantly. We try to 511 it out. But yeah, nothing really of substance on most of those. Let's go check the DZ vendors real quick, just...
Are you looking for something in particular?
That's not a DZ item. Thing super unicorny. I need this. No, actually, yeah. Kind of answered it there along the way. But now on this one, I do have some Habsburg pieces, but yeah, headshot crit chance and stuff like that. So usable pieces, but not. I
appreciate the
I'm just sticking to actually this character has a build with, with Walker and Arali. Still giving up 2 weapon handlings is already like too much to ask. Although I think I have a handling or a headshot handling like concussion, but I don't like that one that much. Thing useful there? No. Wait, what was even the item? Rail split. Splitter of rails. But I might try to actually... One of the bigger issues with trying to do that, like I don't have an empty... If you have an empty character, you can buy in batches of 150 here. Could maybe try to empty out my stash a little bit and make some space and then like half empty out the character and then like buying batches of 50 or something. Although not that I have a macro, I could just... It would be slow, but I could do it like even in like 10s or 20s.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Agent, it's good to see you.
Carnage, but yeah, that's not... You don't want to buy that with DZ resources. Nothing else. Yeah, let's take it to New York, have a peek over there. And it's in a few days ago, after 2,000 to 3,000 backpacks. That sounds about right. That would kind of, yeah, that checks out.
Safe area.
It's also why those are basically... That's, I think, the only... Hey, we have Legmo and we have Habsburg here. Should maybe even try to get that Legmo number on second account even higher. just for silliness. Also, I already saw... Although it didn't specifically state it, but... I'm gonna take a wild guess. Is it already actually on the official? Yeah. So there's gonna be patch tomorrow, maintenance tomorrow, on Wednesday. Likely, yeah, they didn't have the patch ready yesterday.
I'm looking to buy.
And yeah, they're fixing SHE caches, granting wrong materials. Take a wild guess what that means. And inconsistent Hunter mask drops for Master Climax mission in groups. So I'll fix that up. I'll go and get the mask on third account at some point after, because that's the only account missing it still.
Want to make a trade?
And that was, at least they fixed it before the season was over, which is good. And yeah, the other one is of course the exotic components thing. We'll see actually if there's anything else in there. Oh, and thank you so much, Tennyson, for keeping that sub going. 13 months already. We've passed a year of yeah, your patronage. And yeah, thank you very much. And actually, yeah, we'll I already saw there were 2 bundles. I was lounging around Reddit for a bit, so yeah. So tough luck. That's fast. You know what? I don't hate this. This is something that like 20-year-old IKEA actually used to wear, kind of sometimes. For some reason, I was always into like plain middles and then the sleeves being very like overly designed. That's a mask. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually, seeing as we do have that, let's buy this one now already. Look at this. Let's actually take this character back to being a normal loadout, but sometimes it messes it up otherwise. Wait, did I accidentally? Did I select the wrong thing? I selected the wrong thing there, didn't I? Yeah. We bought one item. I was like, wait, why is it? But we paid a little more than we should have there. There we go. Actually, I can equip it from there as well. But yeah, thank you all for thank you everybody who does donate and such, and you know, helps me make silly decisions like buying this kind of shit. Which is just one of the things is just overpriced, kind of. I would say for what it is. But yeah, gotta waste money on something. Well, anything good in the shops? Well, we do have Habsburg, 3 pieces actually. We have Lengmo. So for those that want to craft that way. But for the rest of it, not really. Countdown doesn't have a good third item. And yeah, this doggy is still very pettable. Mr. Bronson. But there's at least Habsburg and Lengmo for just burning points on, if you really want to. Lengmo as well doesn't have a cap, so you could even just like buy it now. You don't even have to craft it. I have actually on second account that we're on the several thousands of that. Actually, I now realize, yeah, we should, yeah, let's go swap again. Although before I go there, let me just quickly get the SHC requisitions here, because I'll forget. Because this week we'll be spending quite a lot of time in Division 1, so I should watch out that I don't forget. Also, actually, I want to kind of inventorize how many points I have left. Is it this guy has 700? So I should go through the characters here and spend some. Get the SHC requisitions in. Then we'll go there.
Safe area entered.
Question about upgrade levels on gear. Is there a sweet spot in gears on upgrade levels, like upgrading weapons or skill for more damage? So overall, generally you want to do weapons especially first. You gain the most from those. That's why like most people will generally take weapons pretty high. with weapon damage. Skills that you use a lot, especially if they're on like basically red builds and such, they can benefit a little bit. Like that extra scan range on this is kind of nice. Even for instance, if you use decoy a lot, this little bit of extra threat on a 0 tier 1 is kind of nice. But they're not too big. The nice thing about skills, though, is that skills are account-wide. So that's why I've upgraded a bunch of my skills. On this account, I use 4 characters, and like if my actually my phone is in 25. For instance, my Oxy is 25. All my characters have it that way. Then, so that's kind of a thing. Like especially if you're using multiple characters, that can be nice. And then gear, honestly, you can get up to 12 without spending exotic components. That isn't that expensive, especially, if you have, some watch points saved up still. This guy is 2.6. But gear is kind of the last one to do. And only really if you like run a build a lot. Like it's kind of fine to take gear even up to 25, like some people do it. But you have to really like that build, basically. It's very expensive for what you get. It's much more expensive than other things. Like on weapons, you get basically just more damage. That always works out. But that little bit of extra armor, meh. Next season, though, there is actually, so there will be getting a modifier that actually is dependent on how much armor you have. And actually reaching over 800k. So if you do great and you just go over 800 with like actually like 10, I think, on HPs likely. Then you get a little bit more damage out of that one. So there's, for instance, that. But in general, yeah, weapons first. Skills are account wide. Specialization weapons, if you if you really want to, but those are also per character. Probably should make specialization weapons account wide. At least I would consider them. But for instance, yeah, if you use attack 50 a lot for opening and stuff, there's, I could always use some more. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, usually when we say gear, we specifically mean basically the armor. But, yeah, no, the upgrading is definitely worth it, especially on weapons and stuff. Because, yeah, once you reach into, well, depends on how far into expertise you are. But as you go into it, it can be basically almost an extra talent's worth. Which,
Safe area detected.
An extra measured worth, basically. And then, yeah, how much do you have left? Also 2,600. Okay, so these two haven't been touched yet. And then 1 and 4 have. Good to know.
Pleasure to see you.
So this will be one of the few last remaining benefits of having multiple characters over, the loadout slots, and then kind of the weekly SHG requisitions, and then the watch points, of course, will be account wide coming with Brooklyn. Can't wish that news player. At least, well, Habsburg is always available, right? So tomorrow, fix it. Yeah, we already indeed saw that patch incoming.
Entering safe area.
And hopefully it's without issues. Because, yeah, I'm willing to bet they wanted to hit Tuesday, but they didn't. So now that it's on a Wednesday, hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. Oh, yeah, actually, that's also 4 caches there from the thingy. Also, so yeah, I was on 156. Oh, when I got all the apparel ones. Oh wait, actually that. Or wait, was it 153 then, or 152? 154. Or am I on 157 now? Because that should have been 4. Or maybe it was 152 then. Or 154. 154 makes more sense. But yeah, it took me a little bit more caches than yeah, the ones we wanted. Okay, so this character is mostly spent. The character 104 mostly spent. Yeah, well, I did those first stats. Yeah, let's actually wait. Let's. Okay, I did. Sorry, I must. Oh, okay. So I was 52. I was misremembered. So I was 6 caches. No, 8 caches. 8 caches or 8 levels over. Like the average. Yeah, let's claim all these. Let's see if we get actually anything interesting. An oxpecker. Better known as exotic component at this point. I'll actually getting the oxpecker through that because the oxpecker is currently not dropping correctly. So.
Agent, you haven't seen a selection like this since before the green poison. Thanks for your business.
All out of here. Yeah, let's actually swap this second account and let's go grind some priority objectives. Hey, we have one of those spammers. Let's get them out of there. Also, yeah, let me catch it. Well, the game. Oh, we're swapping accounts. Did I ever? Yeah, taking weapons up like high. Yeah, it's gonna depend as well on how many exotic components you have and how. Because yeah, once you go above 12, it starts eating exotic components quite a bit, especially past 20. So getting up to 20 is 20, and then. But yeah, at 20 it's like 7 or 6 to go from 20 to 21. So it adds up really quickly. It's I think it's 24 to go from 20 to 25, right? Which is basically, more than you spent getting to 20. As in the background, we're loading up second account. Gonna go farm some priority objectives there because yeah, I kind of want to get the thingies there done. The thingies, the Brooklyn apparel things. Well, actually, I made a. Oh yeah, is it this list? Yeah. Okay, so I've already 3 out of 11. So, because I have the pants, I have the backpack PP. I crossed it out, so it was hard to read. The journey still going. Here says you're into the especially season pass. Yeah, especially last week having the season pass XP was a good time to come back. So we're gonna turn so we'll be at 12. Yeah, that'd be like sounds pretty good of an idea. Especially, yeah, weapons that you use a lot. Especially also, yeah, headhunter weapons benefit quite a bit from it. More so than even, just the shooty builds. Priority should be guns and then skills. Number 2 level 10. Well, 12 is resources wise still. So anything up to 12 is kind of not per se, free, but with watch outs at the current time, you can actually get it there pretty quickly. But yeah, basically, yeah, especially guns first. If you also, one of the things is with skills, it's account wide. So
Safe area detected.
Those, for instance, on main account, I spent quite a bit on the skills just for
Priority objective available.
Just for that. And then yeah, gear kind of last. Although taking some of the builds that you kind of enjoy, taking them to 12. Not the worst idea. You can also generally, so even on main account, I have a bunch of them to 12 without even like before I started, you know, splurging the watch points now that I'm kind of emptying out. But just in between, just, you know, being full on some of the resources, I would just spend it on getting an, you know, a striker build to 12 or something like that on the gear. Oh, and thank you so much, Lean, for keeping that sub going. And yeah, we'll use those funds as, yeah, we already used a little bit there to get that. What was that set even called that we just met about? Yeah, we'll buy the other one as well, likely on the weekend or something when then wear that one. But yeah, thank you for your patronage. So it's getting then 21 cash flow. Yeah, I'm wondering if they have that one fixed as well. Because yeah, that is indeed an interesting conundrum they have created for themselves. Should I actually open the caches? Because yeah, we can't just pull them on the hardcore, right? Yeah. We just pull them on this and get a if we get something like the Eagle Bearer or something, I'll have a hardcore Eagle Bearer. Or hardcore Ravenous. Those are actually rare. One thing I do want to do, although yeah, there isn't much time left. We'll see if we do that. I want to mind actually, so this is the watch alt of this account. Emptied out, this could be deleted and we could do a fresh 1 to 40. I feel that would be a, although maybe next week we do that in like the reanimated week. We'll do a fresh 1 to 40, just kind of, you know, going through the story again and stuff, and then we'll be, you know, not sleeping till Brooklyn afterwards. Okay, that's legendary, so we have finished this week completion. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering that exact thing. Because yeah, they're using the difficulty slot that legendary would fit in. Because yeah, the weekly and the weekly is Roosevelt, like the legendary weekly and also part of this weekly. So that's actually a pretty decent deal. I should have turned the modifier on. 10% more. But each of these is also one of those season levels, so they add up.
I'm happy to have made a deal.
And this is the character that used to be a World Tier 5 one. And also, yeah, this has all the all of the like the level 30, well, what used to be World Tier 5, now it's mostly 29 stuff. Used to be just all for watch all thing. Because at some point I need to just get rid of this. And just, we don't need it anymore. Kind of sad, but also, yeah, I'm kind of more, yeah, I'm fine and happy to see the system go. Like, it shouldn't have been in the first place, but better late than never. Yeah, actually, I want to check how much watch points this one has. Almost a full batch. Although, well, nah. If they spend a few thousand. Oh, they're spent 1,000, I think. Leisure for leisure, you can end up climax mission of master. Oh. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I was wondering actually, well, yeah, because it is the, yeah, we didn't have that yet because the last one was space admin, so no, that didn't have a. Huh, yeah. Well, at least that gives a matchmaking version for master, although you could have specifically matchmade. Wait, can you also then the other way? Because if you matchmake for master, does it sometimes between legendary? That'd be odd. Or was just nobody running legend? Because yeah, I saw people matchmaking for master. But then maybe nobody was running the legendary, but this week they will.
Safe area detected.
Why am I here? Oh, I guess, yeah. I think yeah, Coney Island Amusement Park. Coney's fine. Let's go do it. It's my last party objectives. I popped it and I was like, eh. Let's go do something else. And hey there, exobiologist. What happened to the other 41? Let's not ask, right? They were turned into endobiologists. But yeah, hug back from the Netherlands. And yeah, thank you for the kind words here. Let's change this again. They changed the artifact thing. I see there's new mods, but I can't download them. Artifact? Oh, you mean like artifact as in like Destiny? Yeah, no, the seasonal modifiers, yeah, they're tied to the journey. Actually, that last journey is pretty easy if you're on journey 7. Because most of this, like some of these, like 4 and 5 and stuff, were actually more annoying. Because on this one, so for instance, this one perform melee kills with shield. This is just run around with a shield out, and then sweet dreams people in the face. And do that 50 times. This one you can just even cheese with like any place where there is continuous damage, but you can also just go, actually I'm not on the right map here to show that, but you can go to Tidal Basin, and if you just run at the gate of it, basically some turrets pop out, they'll continuously shoot you. So you can kind of use that. You just take some damage and then run something tanky with a bulwark, and just, you basically turn your back to take some damage and then turn your front to get some healing. And yeah, most of these other ones as well, like all of these 3 are like, this is just some of the longer fights will just lead to this, any like control point, trigger overdrive going into it. This one as well, just you need a bunch of enemies, but trigger overdrive and then get a bunch of kills. And this one you can just even do like half AFK. Like, actually, you should do it half AFK. Just you trigger overdrive, you swap to Vendetta, let the cooldown of Vendetta sit out, and then I did this one actually on this account, like while eating and watching a YouTube thing. And next season's journey is even easier as well. Nothing out of it. I did the math. One armor course was all 6 for that one. Yeah. The thing to remember though is that this is on top, right? So, for instance, on this account, I have a lot of stuff graded to 12. Actually, I think at this point except this one not, but this is 511. A little bit that you gain from there is basically on top, right? So that's kind of the deal that you're getting at it. Yeah, let's actually take fortified shield here. Yeah, let's actually go start the mission. Not just stand here and talk. Yeah. You don't need to buy it though, is the thing. They used to be better about also like, the apparel events and stuff. They should do that more. They still give like, apparel with like some project and such. Easter recently. But you can make some cool stuffs. It's mostly the bot ones I feel are just too expensive. I kind of get it. They know what volumes they're selling. We're not crab elites. No, my skill ducks. Yeah, I didn't even think of this, but even here we're killing ducks. All the ducks.
What about the deal, man? Fuck the deal. Fuck
Let's
Trineko,
forget
and
that.
fuck you. Here is the objective.
Because if you don't know that, that opens this.
Restored.
I think decent so far. The vendors, there's some Habsburg and there's Lingmo. Both on the New York vendors. Although Habsburg, there's in a bunch of places. But the Lingmo is on the New York. But yeah, none of the... no good DZ items or anything. No good third item on the countdown one. And nothing really usable. In general.
Shit! You got a man down. Stay out of my way.
But some Habsburg pieces too. Go for the super unicorns or the Lingmo. Super unicorns. Or just unicorns. I'll be using some of those Habsburg on this account to kind of spend some of my points.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel.
What's the resource we
A number
used
of
this
black trucks
week?
are staying behind on the street.
Food.
Looks like a
Other
trap.
things. Should actually, let's skip all the other loot. Gonna grab the key chest. That's the only thing I'll grab. When I first started playing, was it's a bragging, yeah. For one provocator. Yeah. Those provocators hurts the worst because they're in the pool. They're from the 0.5% pool. So that could have been one of the other ones if you're looking for those. But yeah, Oxpeckers and stuff will happen. Oxpeckers and Exoduses will happen a lot because they're 10%. They're 1 in 10. So they're not in the same level as the other ones. But yeah, the Provocator definitely is not, I feel, of the same value as some of the other things in that same 0.5%. Mr. Raggy, can you please stop sniping me? Thank you. Okay, we're skipping the loot back there and such, but let's just go quick.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up
That's
ahead.
alright. We went for the quick kill on that heavy without breaking his chest
Be careful, Agent.
from the side. That works the other way. Okay, that's interesting. I thought it just works one way with the matchmaking there. That's right. That's three components exactly. And then as well, actually. So, for instance, in my case, I was actually waiting for them to, because the Exodus actually wasn't dropping. So in my case, actually, it gave me the option of actually having 4 Exodus. Because actually, I feel I would like to have an Exodus on each character as a swap-in piece. And now we can. I already have 4. You know what? Let's do Rat again. That one doesn't take long, so we'll shoot at the 4 rats and get an extra named here.
Hell of a lot better than guard duty. Dead. Launching an EMP.
And I will spend a little bit of time here getting destroy that one. Am I gonna toss another one? What did he?
Get him in a pincer. Open him down.
She just destroyed the box. Nice. Shoot that one. Oh, I'm waiting on the thingy. There we go. And this sells an extra boss in. So 0 rate plus tier 300. Like really going for it. Yeah, keep in mind that, yeah, honestly, it's the easier way by a long shot will be just to sign up for maybe, you know, GC Rocks community or people that kind of like run that DJ Tickles community, Toasty, sometimes those community Iron Horses and stuff. All that kind of stuff will likely be actually a lot easier. But with those as well, you're not doing it with randoms. You're going in with, you know, you're usually the only person that is kind of like new, or maybe one other. And they give you the easiest rolls. As for instance, actually on this account, I've been kind of meaning to at some point get back into Raiden and stuff, because I'm definitely out. And I would need instructions on the way it's nowadays done. Because back when I used to run Dark Hours, actually we would we didn't have like 7-in-1 strategy for like the plane and quick killing boomer or like multi-phasing boomer. We didn't know any of that shit. Did have one taps for Razor though, which nowadays still can be done, but not as easily as in the past, where you would just tag 50 one side and go through the other.
Listen. Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in our way. Empty a fucking mag in their head.
Not gonna loot all this. Just going quickly.
Hey, get ready, Agent, because they look ready for you. Expect contact right inside the old park.
And the raids also have fun. Although they're not, quite honestly, the first time through is more of... That's the first time through with anything, right? Like, even your first countdown or something is more like, what the hell is happening than actually understanding it. But yeah, especially with the, like, carry rate things also. A little chance for frustration, because yeah, definitely in the past it could be sometimes frustrating with teams that weren't set up to a degree that you would hope they would be. But nowadays, yeah, we have so much more damage as well than we used to. Like I remember back in the day, sometimes with some teams just being like, no, we're not going to get through Boomer here. Let's give up trying. Everybody go grind.
It's riddled with cleaners.
Nowadays, it's much easier. So different modifiers that will cross that. Different modifiers.
There goes the coaster.
Where and what menu do you mean, Firm? Because no, in general you can just, well, or if you mean like grayed out more so, because yeah, if you, but that's just if you don't have them unlocked. But I'm guessing like you don't mean that.
Dolores Jones. I thought you'd be dead by now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole, you fucking coward, and I'll show you exactly how tough I am.
Thanks, but we're done here.
Keener?
Got one today. I should then. Yeah, I might as well if I get one. I'm likely to like, act as if I don't have it on this account. Gonna use that as like motivation to do some of the raids at some point on this account. I'm gonna get back into them. The thing is as well, I know they're not hard, but you just need to, you know, you're there with 7 other people, so you kind of And then people quite often from me also then expect like,
Alright. Who's up for killing some division agents?
it's like,
I know I sure as fuck am.
oh, he must know everything about here. Is just like, no, like, the raids and stuff I've part of it is as well, I do know that like the raids aren't per se for me, mostly because they are very much more so than other content, basically mechanic based. You can kind of you know, it's a kind of also the thing that I have with Legendary. The waves are not mixed up enough and such. You always know where the heavies are, for instance with Legendary, or when the heavies are. Here there are places like this where there's a fixed heavy, but you might have a heavy kind of like in a random group and stuff. I like that much better than like just that minor shakeup by itself is. And the raids are very much kind of like set.
Guess I have to take care of your sorry ass before I can get to Kina.
I'm sorry, what lady?
Ma'am. Ma'am? Come in. Fuck. Jones is gone. We failed the mission.
Yep, Jones is gone.
Keener, that son of a bitch. Not only did
Sniper
he manipulate
buses.
the Black Tusk, he
They
suckered us
melt.
too.
Yeah, let's take it back to DC. How's it? Get you up fully, actually. Yeah, yeah,
Whatever Keener is planning. Good job, Agent. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Safe area.
The Earth I'm on the last journey, so I unlocked most of it, but when playing late Sunday night, they were locked, and I had new ones. Oh, were you doing the other master mission?
Priority objective
Or were you
available.
doing Legacy, this one? The Glasses mission, whatever it's called. The thing with the climax missions is they're not allowed in there. Except for last season, we had Point Blank, and that's attached to that mission, basically, and this season is this. So, for instance, even next season, the only place we can kind of use these modifiers is the Kelso mission. And yeah, they're kind of like grayed out and stuff. Although actually, I think, because there's some bugginess with that, where they didn't unlock them the way that they should. So I think if you go into them and you didn't play last season, I think it actually just doesn't give you any of the modifiers. I haven't actually been able to try because I have that on all my accounts. Lexington connected when it comes. Yeah, they need to just, they should have just put the Lexington in here instead of the thing, and then maybe like as a like closer to maybe like a 2% chance or something. Like more gettable, and then also there could have been a way for people, because I would love more Lexingtons on especially main account. I would love to have like each character having one instead of sharing the two. But that's not available yet to me. It's getting 2 lessons. Well, no, yeah, they did give out the second one, but that one went into the mailbox. So, and then afterwards as well with the thermal and stuff, they sent it to the mailbox. But yeah, there was one given originally, and then the second one was in the mailbox if you logged in back then. Clears for the exotics. Yeah, the thing is, you can just always, you know, if you really want to learn them, there's plenty of clans that actively still do them and stuff. That would be more the way to go for that. In my case as well, we just want to do a few to kind of see how it is done nowadays with modern strategies and stuff for them, because strategies have changed like over time quite a bit with them. Just because they are content that gets ran, you know, consistently. It's the same like with Incursion. You know, when we started Incursions, we would just do like things like fast fire and such didn't exist. Now, for instance, the headshot strikers setups and such. There's strategies there. And here, and there's the mechanics for the Iron Horse is pretty light on mechanics. You just need a little bit of coordination. Iron Horse has a little bit more. Is a little bit more mechanic heavy. Although neither of them is mechanic heavy to the degree of like WoW or something. Like none of these go that far. No major. That was it. Okay. Yeah, that's basically the last season's modifier. Like basically when you go into those missions, like that one. And then next season as well. Like the Kelso mission will become the only place where this modifier exists. But I think if you didn't have them from that season, if you didn't unlock them in that season, although maybe they've fixed that. That was definitely the start of the season. Yeah, you might not be able to pick anything because you would not have like those season ones unlocked. Which is kind of they should change that if that is the case still. General loot table now? No.
Whatever.
They will likely not put it in just general loot table. They might put it somewhere. They might put it like maybe I don't know. If I was them, I would just attach it to maybe I don't know, legendary, or just make it attainable in some way, even if it's hard. Only give 2 Lexingtons yet. There are people that got more than that, but I'm still unsure actually how they did. But it seems to have been a very small window that you could have gotten more. Yeah, let's actually keep going on the objective priorité. That's gonna be. So wait, 367 was. Is this the cent? No, some. Also fine. 3 floors of Senate. So the 5 something was the Senate.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Oh, you have 3, yeah. Yeah, there's some weirdness. Like if there were some things you could do and also could happen accidentally. You got more than that. And I different guy like getting late to it, but they hear about the guy who's afraid of escalators. He takes steps to avoid them. Yeah, let's put this on heroic. I want a boss floor. Do you have any challenges for a boss floor? No. Let's we take armor Adra and try to. I've done most of the easy ones here as well. Yeah, it's also we'll take the 0 directives just to go fast. But then likely we'll do 4 floors just to get to 64. Because we need 3 floors here. Perhaps in the next DLC. You would hope so. At some point it would be nice if you could get more of them. Hell, you could even because you could still keep them somewhat like rare by putting other prices on them, for instance. I mean, there's thousands of ways you could do it, but have some of the harder content give the blueprint for it, and then maybe it's like 20 exotic components. Although, well, exotic components are kind of tainted now, but you know, stuff like that. Make it expensive and rare, but then. Well, honestly, the thing I would say with the Lexington, it's just also, it's kind of out of balance with the rest, so I wouldn't mind it actually just not being the top spot, and then also that solves the problem because, you know,
Perfect, right there. That's
Kinda-
where I'm gonna kill you.
kind of like some of the other weapons. You know, they always spawn up here. That's why I'm kind of setting up here. I'm afraid of getting touched on my butt. This guy has the right name for this floor. Boss man. Who are you? I am boss man. What do you do? I'm the boss, man. Like my father before me. And my father is before my father's father. But it would be nice if they just give out more, like, I'm getting kind of sick on main account when, especially for instance with the master mission and such, just, I want to have the Lexington because then it's at least, you know, kind of try harding, so might as well go all in on that. But then I have to keep swapping it through the stash and stuff. I would love to just have one for each character, then just stay on them at all times. So long as just is worth it or sacrifice good enough. I would say overall sacrifice is good enough. But the Lengmo is just like a tiny upgrade. Much tinier upgrade than, for instance, the Habsburg pieces or something. It's kind of like, if you really like that build, maybe try for it, but you have to really like that Pestilence build. To a degree as well that I'm kind of thinking just making the main picture
Server terminal detected.
like just the sacrifice. I feel people sometimes overestimate how much of a difference they are. Because the sacrifice basically you gain a little on the main hit, just the damage, but it's a really tiny amount, and then you gain a little bit more than that basically on the take.
Terminal infiltrated.
Let me start right away with one of the slower rooms. What am I even set to? Oh, gear mats. Let's take some Umbra. It's like then I said he's purple, but doesn't want everything to be balanced. Yeah. Close enough to balanced, as most things should be. Another thing that just irks me a little bit about the Lexington is just, well, first of all, yeah, that it is kind of, you know, just was a limited time item and stuff. Not a fan of those. But also, in comparison to the FAMAS, it's much easier to shoot and does more damage. Like, that just isn't...
Hostage situation nearby.
But as for instance, at least like the CTAR also kind of shoots a little easier than the FAMAS, but gives up a little bit of damage. Or like a fall actually shoots so much nicer than it, and gives up a little bit more damage, and then also a little bit of sustain. Oh, actually not sustain. Damage from mag. Because actually it's sustain is higher. Because of its reload. But the Lexington is kind of in one of those spots where it's just it's better on burst, it's better on sustain, it's more accurate, it is a straight up recoil instead of, because even in comparison to the Police M4, still a lot of people think it's exactly the same as a Police M4 on its stats. It is, so except for the base damage, but the reload and everything is pulled from an M4. But the M4 actually pulls up and to the right. A Lexington pulls straight up, which is also still better. Oh, we finished State of Strife just by the what weren't we done with this room? What were you? I wasn't done with this room. Okay, I thought I was done with this room. Oh, that was just State of Strife popping up. Okay. I'm an idiot. Almost died for it. Didn't even get armor broken actually. When was in there? Yeah, let's just go with that. Although you know what? We need some signature kills there anyway. Let's try to get some of the specialization with the specialization weapon here counts as grenade. Or wow. The explosive ones. Oh, and I see suddenly a whole horde is here. And hey there, Prime. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. And let's get you a shout out there. Yeah, let me actually then catch up on everything before we go in Deepa. That's I feel it was just a little too good. Yeah, in my opinion, it should be just like, even if it was just behind the FAMAS on burst, it's still like the top pick, because if it was like 1% behind the FAMAS on burst and a fitting, you know, like that, the sustain would just still be a bit higher, and then it's still one of the better handling ones. And yeah, welcome in everybody. And yeah, either Hojo and Throne and B-Boy and all the others and Mali. As yeah, over here, we're just grinding out a little bit of the caches. So I'm just doing priority objectives. I've already done it on main account. I'm not, I'm done there basically. There as well, I have all of the like raid exotics, so don't care about those. I'm not going for any of those like rare raid exotics or anything. I would just do the raids for those if I really wanted them. But I do want all the cosmetics, and there's 11 cosmetics, meaning we're going for at least 22 caches at a 50% rate. On main account, it took me 52 levels instead of 44. Because also it's a level in between each cache, so, or a season level. So let's see how much it takes over here. Could actually check if this account is bugged. Because they might have fixed that bug tomorrow. Although on the other hand, maybe I don't as well. I don't want to. I actually want to do the grind. Oh, these guys are out here. But yeah, welcome in. Let's use this control. Let's go to horizontal patterns. Oh yeah, that's always been kind of the, especially for controller, why kind of FAMAS was also never really that popular, because yeah, it does have a kind of pull to the right a little bit, more so than some of the more pronounced than, for instance, yeah, and let's say an Elmo. that one straight to the face. Also have the don't armor break for 3 floors challenge selected. Maybe I should be a little bit more, you know, not taking rockets directly to the face, but also, let's run again. It's also why we're also on 0 directives. The directives don't matter for season XP stuff. The priority is going to be the priority objective. Although in this case, yeah, the priority objective is going to end here. We started on the boss floor, so. But I'm actually going to take it one further. Go to 63, just so we have the 3-floor section then. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Mali. Oh yeah, no worries. I know the post-stream, just sometimes you gotta do shit, and sometimes also, you know, shit wants you to do it, basically. Turns into, I have to do this now because somebody needs me to do it now. Yeah, we got a key there. I didn't. Yeah, no worries. Tinker will change the meta up since you can't just rely on Lexington. I mean, well, like, I'd be surprised actually if they don't change that wording to be named that. But we have to kind of see how they fix it. Because, yeah, currently, well, first of all, named weapons worked, but also Lexington worked, but then also just all named weapons worked. But there could also just be kind of more meaning towards it being the perfect talent, because it wouldn't make sense that things like White Death and the Mop and like Lexington and stuff are excluded. Things that don't have a perfect talent. But it's gonna be a while till we get it anyway, so they have some time to decide. Because we won't get it till the climax mission of next season, so it's gonna be 10 months or so. Oh, 10 months, 10 weeks, 10 months. At the very least, it's gonna be like 10 weeks, right? The climax mission. But also, yeah, it will. As it currently stands, because even if you have to, like, you know, if you can't use the Lexington, that's kind of fine. Like, it's big enough of a buff that you can definitely go for it. The way to kind of see it is because you keep one talent basically on both, right? Like if you're comparing it against the Coyote setup with Striker, for instance, you're exchanging the Tinkerer or like the Coyote talent for the Tinkerer, and what that is actually doing is getting a second talent in, right? So it's basically a second weapon talent, or that second weapon talent, versus Coyote, if we're kind of just looking at it from a damage sense. And especially on things like OD and stuff, it's got to become the instant meta, because Sadist plus Vindictive, Sadist plus Pressure Point, you know, why wouldn't you? And even on Strikers, just Killer plus Measured is pretty good. That's also not too big of a gap that is like the like you have to. It's the default by default. But I think the way I'll end up using it a lot is more doing one damage one and then one utility one. You give up a decent chunk of damage, you're basically giving up the Coyote bonus, which is, you know, 7 to 9%-ish, depending on how you're looking at it. 69%-ish. But for that, you gain Preservation or Fast Hands or something else. That's likely the way I'll end up using it. Well, first, yeah, they need to fix that you can't go perfect Sadist and Sadist and stuff like that. That shouldn't have made it even to PTS like that. Stranger Legend is nice. Oh, Strega. I read that as strange. Couldn't find my Lexington. Well, make sure check all your characters and stuff, but yeah, always make sure to just favorite all the things. Like generally, for instance, the way my inventories are also all set up is just like literally everything is favorited, just to prevent that and not lose any of these toys. Because nowadays you can. So in the past you couldn't actually mark as junk Lexingtons, but nowadays you can. And I've been doing pretty well. Thank you for asking, buddy. Oh, yeah, nice long warm day, and I've been just sitting inside the whole day doing some work stuff, but that also helped a little bit. I've actually tomorrow I'll have a little bit of time. I haven't actually grabbed this. Let's grab this too. I forgot to grab it on this character. Also, yeah, we do have double XP for 15 levels. It's just silly that still exists, kind of. But, oh wait, the patch doesn't say anything about the caches, did it? Tomorrow's patch. Or did they already actually fix that? I feel this character would already... Oh wait, did they server-side patch that? No, okay.
Hello there.
This character has a little bit more space than I remember him. Because this caches thing needs to go as well. Just these things are already sometimes a little annoying. Let's not make them more annoying. As I said for earlier on, missed the question of what is close to Lexington. If if you don't have a Lexington, FAMAS is kind of the second place. But then also CTAR is a good one as well. CTAR is pretty close to the FAMAS. You give up a little damage and you gain actually a little bit. It's a little bit better handling on it. The F2000 and the Fall are also pretty good. The Fall though is more so for like lower RPM builds or builds that don't care about RPM, you know, Negotiator and like Umbra or stuff like that. You don't want to run that on Striker. Priority objective. 700. This is gonna be like DARPA or something. Is a part of... No. Because this is gonna be Manning or Tidal. So yeah, let's reroll. This is gonna be Descent then, right? So let's say one loop Descent for this. Oh no, there's also so much. Wait, what? What was the other one? 300 something then. Okay. So we go back to the summit. I just was there. What build am I running here? I'm running the Tech Tank. So actually, I'll link to the recommended, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. It's in there together with a bunch of other builds for maybe some of those that are not familiar with me or my content or such. I'll pop up a link in a second. This is the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Which is a build I like quite enjoy for solo play. It's very aggressive, or you can play it very aggressively and get away with it, which is kind of my play style. It does require a little bit of, like, before you can be super aggressive with it, you have to kind of learn to do positioning and also what enemies can do what, because you're hitting a lot of weak points and stuff can be really handy to do.
Hostile striker drone detected.
So. But the nice thing about it is that it can be pretty tanky. Once the memento especially is charged. So here we won't have the memento charged up, but I can already start getting a few drops. That's especially against stuff like this, it works really well because these guys are kind of designed to annoy red builds, like full red builds, because they just do chip damage any second you're peeking at them. Basically, they shoot back. Here I have a shield that is like healing. That's the main deal of this build actually. It's this shield and the artificer. The artificer is every 10 seconds healing the shield, meaning that even when it takes a ton of damage, it just gets healed back up a few seconds later. Alright, that's kind of worked out for memento stacks. Halfway full already. And there's also, you can do striker version of this. I also have a negotiator and a high end and an OD and a pistol bulwark version even. But the striker and the heartbreaker one. I should actually retry at some point the Umbra one, because the Umbra now has a lot more damage. Because that was the big thing lacking from that one. It just didn't do enough damage, especially with the blue cores and stuff. But nowadays that would be different. Because actually, yeah, when you pull out, you can just pull out the shield. You know, when you're standing out in the open part. But yeah, for instance, here I have so much bonus armor now that as long as I'm running around and kind of murdering, I can face tank. Although here as well, the modifiers do some heavy lifting too. So the modifier overall is a little strong. At least how about the fast hands brazen? Pommel brazen actually would be like a much easier pick, I feel. The thing is though that the second it kind of goes into, like, yeah, you could do that with shotgun and maybe like ACS, but you run out of ammo pretty quickly. Would be the downside.
System curtailed.
But yeah, Hunter's Fury, for instance, like they picked mask on purpose. In a lot of builds where, yeah, for instance, Hunter's Fury, you don't want the chest, you don't want the backpack, it's gonna kind of get in the way. Same, for instance, with Hotshot. You can't. Or you could go with the backpack of Hotshot, but I feel at that point you're giving up so much that you're not gaining enough. But there as well, for instance, yeah, Determined plus Preservation, because you're always getting the 20%, basically. So. 336 is normal. Oh, maybe it was set to normal, of course. Okay, that makes sense. I was actually confused by that, I think, a different time as well. But that makes sense. Because Summit was set to normal, that was 336.
Terminal controlled.
Although, yeah, I know like 200 something is countdown, at least with the plus 20 that I have. With the season pass and the modifier. I was like, I don't remember at all which, like, how much was this? Is there a list of that somewhere out there? Has somebody collated the list? I'm gonna guess somebody has. Don't want to do it myself. Transfer items back and forth between characters without having to cut the character game to do it. Yeah. One of my biggest wishes actually for Division 2 would be to have an API kind of thing.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
Because also, yeah, if there is a like API, you can even maybe like pull out the entire build collection without having to, you know, do it by hand basically. But that will be, and then as well, like if it is a API that is accessible, then you can even have, you know, take it to build sites and stuff, and then even like play around there. But you can just load up your build from like, you just go like, this is my API code. This is kind of like what Eve has basically. Eve has a bunch of tools around it that are designed around where you have basically an API modifier or identifier that you can plug into some sites and stuff, and they offer you a bunch of tools.
I failed you.
That would be pretty awesome. But honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of just the companion app, because also most of those are just not well made. Like people were bigging up the Bungie one or the like Destiny one. Like, yeah, it's not the worst, but honestly, I feel an open API is much, or an accessible API is, yeah, people make much better things than this. Or well, communities make generally can outdo the devs by quite a lot, because they also, you know, aren't making something to just like fit the style. It's just more functional. One thing though with this Heartbreaker one especially is you have to actually kind of stack with the ACS. I'm not doing too good of a job here, but also we're on zero directives, so it makes it a lot just easier to get through. But normally I should be a good boy and just stack up on the with the ACS first.
Priority objective available.
Oh, did I get the key? Actually, just out of curiosity, I want to see where it was. But it's likely in this last room, because that's really the one room that I didn't have a good look through. Also, with the modifier, we can just zoom. Because also in a little bit, I can just hit T and just overdrive. Just for my own curiosity, I want to see what this key is. Is it really not in this room? Okay. There's some shenanigans you can do with your back against the wall like that. Oh, is it back there? That's also an option. No, it's not back. It's been a while since I've missed the key. So I just want to see my mistake. Oh. Forgot to check this. I remember looking at it and going, oh yeah, I should check that room, and then I did. And yeah, let's hit the overdrive and just run as fast back. I'm doing this with the Ouroboros. Yeah. Although, well, Memento. Just as a pet peeve of mine, as always. The Memento is the April Fool's item. But before that, it actually did not exist. That's the thing as well for some of the shotgun things with Tinker. It's kind of like Tinker will still compete with, especially Memento, for instance, in a bunch of places. Also, on some of the builds, just the mask slot is not like the mask slot puts you in having to pick the chest or the backpack of a gear set if you want the four piece basically. So, but it'll definitely fit into just striker and stuff. I think my audio broke there. That might not be on stream, but focus right. Let me reset it. It's been a while since it broke. That should have fixed it, yeah. So you should see if that actually fixed it for me.
Nice doing business with you.
But I think that's just on the monitoring end. Yeah, so another one there. Let's keep going at this for like till 10:30. Then we'll likely jump into Div 1. Yeah, let's. So this is then Descent. Or the, yeah, I don't care. I just want this mission anyway. Air and Spache. What's the invasion this week? This side. Is it Roosevelt? I mean, it has to be Roosevelt then, right? It's just not selected because it doesn't want to actually toggle mission mode anymore. And I guess it's Roosevelt because it's not Manning. It wouldn't make sense for it to be any of those. Aerospace. That's where we're going. Send it to me. Do you have a Discord I can send them? Oh yeah, if you do wanna. I'll link to the Discord there. Because I assumed somebody would have collated them. I wonder if somebody's done all of the, because each of the missions has a different value as well, right? I wonder if somebody has taken the time to do those. Because yeah, at the start of this season, we didn't care. We just, we kind of knew the ranges, but we didn't need to know the exact things. But it's just this stretch goals that are kind of making us care. What builds is next season's big winner with a new modifier? The modifier is kind of like with this season, like it's much more about making current top builds work with them. You alter them a little bit, kind of like this season, running sharpshooter with the or just striker with sharpshooter, and then just the spotting drone, became kind of the big one. Next season wise, there's basically a set of picks that will work well with just weapons. So, it's not like striker is suddenly not gonna be king. But they're definitely putting maybe some blue cores and such into some red builds makes a little bit more sense next season. Or even yellow. Because you can translate those to extra damage through the link, the ult, basically. And thanks for work. I'll check them out in a sec.
Munitions detected.
And also the really only changes we'll see build-wise as well, because the gear sets, we'll definitely make something with that. But the brand set, it'll enable a few pistol, like it'll alter most of the pistol setups. Both Regulus and just crit chance, crit damage setups.
We need to figure out what they're doing here. See if you can find any intel on their operation.
Because the high end definitely gets altered by it.
Seems like these guys are salvaging
the Headless Fury. Well, you can make a because yeah, the normal version, yeah, you can't put 3 pieces and 4 piece of that, so you would need the Ninja Bike kit. But there's a Ninja Bike version of it that is decent, and I'll add that in actually as an extra. I'll keep the normal Headless Fury. Well, the 2 versions that I already have, basically the Memento version and then like the Vigilance version.
Great spot for a turret. Deploying gold.
Plot twist was not a great spot for a turret. Next to an exploding barrel.
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
When you're done fucking things up there.
Keep moving. You still got 2 halls
I'm
to
not
clear.
done fucking things up here. I want to fuck things up more. Can I? That's exactly the crate I wanted. Not the. Oh, that was almost full on ammo anyway.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Division's on my 6! So cut through the planetarium. We gotta secure that ordnance.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is, at least it's better than nothing, but not by much. But yeah, I would love just the open kind of like Eve has, especially like Eve's API system is amazing.
Mars once had vast oceans. Many of the elements found on Earth could only be created in the intense
Too much damn fire.
But also, yeah, it's not just the API; it's also like the community around it, and you know, making useful tools out of it.
The complex like you and me started as nothing more than the ash of a dying star light years away.
No summer, no something just for the keys or something. This is that. And it does make a sound when it like when you get the first time within 100 meters of it. But that doesn't mean anything in there. It's kind of the annoying thing. But the key is usually not that hard to find. Like there, that was just my own stupidity of not checking that corner. And as well, you can always put your back against the wall and kind of just look in a direction and see if it is there. Because you can see through walls. So, with that. That's always the case. My friends is here as well. Like if I put my back against this wall, like the loot there, I can't see that. Actually, it's it here. Like I can't see the loot. Okay. Can I jump up now? Where's their wall? There. So the loot there, I can't see it for a second there. When I come out of the wall, basically, my camera comes out of the wall. For a second, we can see everything, all of the drops and stuff like that. You can use that to see the key. And just the game renders those things first before it actually renders things that would occlude that. Wait, what? Oh, are we having one of these invisible enemies, or did he jump down? That's also an option here. It's not downstairs, is he? No, I think we have one of these invisibles. Hello? No. Oh, he's invisible down there. Where's he invisible? No. How did you get down there? Sir. That's a boss room? Are you a boss? I haven't seen this in like forever. How did you get down there? I wonder actually if there is a spot to... Also, I did really well there by blowing myself up. By blind firing. Wonder if there is a spot too where you can like kind of just... where would that even be? Because this would be too high to vault down anyway. I'm guessing there's a bug like in there where it just drops through the floor or something. But yeah, that guy already wanted to be in the boss room. He wanted to be part of the boss fight.
Water, as evidenced by
Have they stop at 30 expertise? Yeah. Actually, if they just do nothing, they'll automatically stop there. Which is just what they should do. 30 is high enough. That's a lot of frenzied enemies shooting me. And the frenzied enemies do actually hurt a lot.
There are also minerals present on the surface of Mars that could only have been formed in a liquid.
Although here's why I should stack with ACS. Heartbreaker's biggest issue is not every hit will count as a stack. So you need to kind of overstack for basically. And then as well, things like shooting that turret over there. The turret doesn't count. Proxies basically don't count. Warhounds and stuff too, but turrets and drones and stuff like that actually don't count for the stacks. What is recharge broken bug? It's overcharging forever, is it? Played a little bit with it. Doesn't seem. Gonna guess maybe in some way there's ways to break it. Thing is though that overcharging forever is like a little useful, but also not that much. Actually, I haven't ran it much. Maybe. Oh nah. We're gonna jump over to some Div 1 in a bit because we definitely wanna grind at some global event currency there. I know we're gonna skip some of the crates like that one. I'm just going for speed here.
Setting a recovery team. Link up with them and you'll be done there.
Just
Components identified.
avoiding the boxes will save us a minute or two here and there.
If they can rig it with a warhead,
Only gonna grab
propulsion,
each
they
S.
wouldn't even need a guidance system to hit the White House or a settlement.
Kinda goes without saying, but if you see any missiles lying around, make sure they can never, ever be used.
This method of essentially a tech tank version.
Database patch indicates
Kind of. The tech tank is though is specifically like this part, like Artificer Hive plus the shield getting healed by it. That's kind of the thing. Is also so. For instance, I have actually a Hunter's Fury or a tech tank. But honestly, I feel that one is one, for instance, that I think it's in the recommended list as the last one. It's Hunter's Fury basically doesn't need the tech tanking part of it because a lot of your survivability comes from just the disorient and such. But yeah, definitely running, for instance, just the Memento version of it is kind of works pretty well. Especially as well as Hunter's Fury, you know, ends up being more of a solo kind of build. Mostly in group settings, just everything's dead by the time you get to it. You need to get close, and that's easier said than done when you have 3 other murder bunnies going around.
And I'd say it's been a pretty good day.
I need this build. I'll link to the specific one because this one is although actually let's link to this specific one, which is with the Lexington, although both of them are the same. Is it 14, 15? 4, And yeah, if you don't have a Lexington, you can either trade in a Fall or a Kingbreaker. I'll put it in both chats. It's also in that same build collection that you have out there. It's also several versions of this style of build exist. For instance, yeah, the Striker version. The Striker version can be, well, thing is, I like the bonus armor here, and I make use of it as well. But if you're not making that much use of the bonus armor, then the Striker version can just be actually a little bit more consistent there, because you don't need to stack the you don't need to stack with the ACS on that one. So this was then Summit again? Sure. Because if I get enough of those as well, I'll get the Summit thingy done. The Summit weekly. It's going to be competitive with the build you made using the it's a high end. Yeah, with the high end, you want to kind of swap it out. Although, yeah,
Hope you cleared your
I do want to look at one other version that somebody brought up, which was just basically replacing the right side. So keeping the chain killer. Curious to see actually how the second shot and cap shot of that one works out. But I feel with the high-end one, the higher cap that you will have with Imminence Armaments is gonna be the go-to next season. At least with myself. No, you can. You would want to. With the high end, you would want to still. But yeah, you can't really do, for instance, Hunter's Fury or Headhunter's Fury and Imminence Armaments, and you know, because you kind of need Ninja Bike for that version. So. But yeah, no, you already the kind of version that I wanted to go towards was just you keep basically Dodge City, Punch Drunk, and Fox's Prayer, and then you swap everything else out. So Contractor goes, Chain Killer goes, and the Gift goes. But yeah, I would actually be curious to see what the second shot on the Chain Killer version is. The second and cap shot. As you would lose a little bit on the first shot if you're, because the replacement would be the Fox's Prayer goes there. That would actually, so the Chain Killer likely would have a higher cap and a higher second shot, especially because of the Chain Killer, but I'd be curious what the differences are and how much you lose on the first shot. I didn't actually think of that like version. Somebody put it in the comments of that video. I was like, oh yeah, actually that makes sense. Let's but we'll do all of that testing come next season. I don't want to also like now do a bunch of testing. I'm gonna burn myself out on testing. Testing shit. Because I definitely have my limits with that. And these guys will be pretty good for stacking up a little bit, but also not the grenade I wanted.
Terminal controlled.
The back I haven't played in a year, so yeah, the Memento, you would kind of need that for this build, like it really does rely on it a lot. But it's also not Like, exotics aren't that hard to get in Division. Just do some... There's a game mode countdown. You can do challenging countdowns. You can matchmake for it. There's an 8-man game mode. That's pretty easy, especially if you're doing it on challenging. And just follow the team, basically. Because a simple rule set for there is basically the things you do need to know. It can be handy to know. Is, yeah, you don't want to use basically offensive skills, especially at the start and the end. There's hunters. You don't want to use any skills because they will hack them, especially offensive skills. Stay with your team. Is this the second simple one. And also at the end there is the option to extract, and you just don't want to extract till the last 5 seconds. Any person can fire the flare, but what you generally want to do is just kind of farm that time. Which means during the extraction just not flaring instantly. Keep it in your pants. The flare, that is. Also, once you've done it once or twice. Like basically, yeah, just stick with the guys and don't use offensive skills, or just run a red build or something. And don't flare right away at the end. With the extraction. And yeah, as Maddie says there, no VIP! But yeah, that's likely. That naturally happens most of the time. Sticking with your team. They shouldn't go VIP, but if they do as well, you should just go with them. It's better to stick together and do the wrong thing than try to like spread out and do the right thing. That actually takes longer still. That was an easy room. It's just 3 guys and a key. I'll take it. So much fun, just getting priority objectives. Yeah, I've been, as you can see, kind of doing the same. Been doing a ton on main account, and then now we're just kind of catching up second account as well. And I'm not likely going to do third account. Because actually third account, this might actually be the first week. I'm not going to log into third account at all. Not even going to get the, let's say, sheer acquisition on them anymore. We're just going to kind of park them. What I might do next season is at the end of the season, maybe use them, you know, to kind of just replay the scout at like towards the end of the season. But also, yeah, 30 cans not going to get the DLC or anything, so we're basically going to park them. 3 accounts is also a bit too much to just keep in my brain. So we're just going to go back to 2, which already is plenty of keeping track of shit. Striker. Yeah, that is as especially for Kantan, yeah, just taking a striker if you have it. So, war hands, and yeah, kind of in the same way as with Kantan, this objective in Summit is actually one of the easier ones. So you just have to see if I can get out of it unjammed. Does Royce still have the stacking issue? Yeah. But in this case, it also has bonus armor, which helps quite a bit. As I usually like aggressively use that bonus armor like this, basically where I'm kind of stacking and then also getting the bonus armor, and then after that I'm gonna rely more on the memento pickups for my bonus armor. Letting me also be like very aggressive and just go for murder, and then I only really pull out my shield if I kind of like have a whole wave firing at me or something like that. Also here the Heartbreaker version, just because it's already set up with link laser pointer and such, works really well with, because here all of these people catching on fire, that's microwave calls. So having that unlocked as well helps quite a bit. Like if you don't have that unlocked, it's gonna be a little worse than like this. But here as well, the modifier is doing a little bit of the heavy lifting here. You know what I should do actually? Yeah. Let's grab priority objective. 700 was capital, right? Actually, yeah, let me. Oh, actually, it's even has all the missions. Well, thank you very much there, Forward, for linking that one. So at 320, I guess that is can't. Again, this is then dependent on the difficulties. This is then with the 10%. Okay. Should maybe make a version of this for myself with 20%. But I have 20%. So I'm like, yeah, where's 700 in here? But that's capital still. Capital takes forever though. Yeah. Just take a reroll. Hey. Three more floors of the summit, huh? What a surprise. We're here anyway. Let's do it. Yeah. The Wizard build of the Chameleon and Striker set. Yeah, although that one also like kind of needs the memento. And keep in mind as well, these are especially builds for solo, so I wouldn't per se run a tech tank in a group setting, although maybe in duos and trios, although even in 4-man, in open world and stuff, it can work, but I feel there's better choices. Especially, yeah, solo having that little bit more survivability. And aggressivity. Because the thing I like about tech tanks especially, and that's why I lean towards them, is I just never have to hide. But I still sometimes have to hide, because sometimes there's big shit shooting you, but especially with kind of frenzied enemies. But most of the time, it's much less hiding than like a red build. With a red build, you sometimes have to play reactively. Just you're kind of waiting for the enemy to like do a thing, so you can react to that. Here, I'm always pushing like the tempo. I'm setting the tempo. It's kind of one of the reasons I like it as well. And there we did our stacking rates. Got my stacks in. And now we just go on to the murder phase. Floor 70. 2 buses. Was it 70 and 80 are 2 buses, 90 is 3 buses. Oh well, 3 names, I should say. Specifically, bosses are the final named. But here as well, for instance, if we were doing the farm for a bighorn or something, only that last guy would be considered the boss of this floor, and only he would have a chance. So we don't get 2 chances at the bighorn, we only get still 1. That's also why generally you want to farm bighorn on floor 10 and not on floor 90. Because while there is 3 names on floor 90, it's 1 boss, and only he has the chance. So, yeah, let me catch up again. Way behind. 20%. Well, we're gonna kind of extrapolate from the. This is basically you can do really quick maths with it being the. You know, the difference between the 20, or well, the normal and the 10%. It's that same difference to 20. Oh, actually, that wasn't 3 floors, was it? That was 1 floor. That was a boss floor. I still need to do a few more floors. Two more, but we're gonna do 3 just to put ourselves at the next checkpoint. Yeah, that's actually that's exactly kind of the list I was hoping somebody was gonna make. Because I was considering making it myself, but also like it's just one of those things that just takes time, and I was hoping somebody else would. What do you think about throwing chest mask for some other piece of gear like beakers, holsters, some named knee pads? And this would be less. On any build that is pretty low on crit chance crit damage, which this, like, even with full watch and everything, this lands on like 51, yeah, 52-105. That Cheska piece is gonna outdo Fox's Prayer. That's chess piece, or that Cheska piece is gonna outdo Picaro's by quite a lot, especially now that Picaro's is 10%. It's just a numbers game. It's the increase that you get from those pieces is very easily to calculate, and just one version in this way is better. Nowadays as well, Picaro's is only really worth it if you are doing anything with that's going 2-piece basically, or well, you have Ninja Bike basically. And you're going for kind of like 2 pieces, and then also your main at that point should be the capacitor as well. So you kind of benefit from the skill tier and then also the yellow core from Picaro's. Or well, the Picaro's that can go yellow core, for instance. But yeah, it's basically the same for Fox's Prayer, just you lose too much crit chance and the brand bonus is kind of wasted. But we then waste the brand bonus, which in, for instance, high-ends and stuff, where you have more than enough crit chance, that's kind of like, yeah. That's why their Fox's Prayer is best in slot, because you basically have way more crit chance. Like you have so many ways of getting to 60. Here, we're not even going for 60. It's also why, for instance, I could actually change this build a little bit, where we put, and I might actually do that for the, because I have 2 of the Heartbreaker Tech Tank actually in the build collection. The reason for it is one of them is basically on second account, like here. But then the way I'm showing them now is one's a Lexington. What I could do is actually, we could change the crit chance crit damage a little bit, and then bring in Killer. But what we would want for Killer would be to have closer to 60. So I would take... Actually, yeah, that would work out. So we could have 2 crit damage mods, and then the Link Laser Pointer, and then 3 crit chance rolls. That would get us to a perfect 60. And our crit damage then would be actually... So the balance would be off, normally. Because now they're kind of imbalanced. 52, 10, 10. 4 is kind of imbalanced. It would be out of balance a little bit, except that then killer, you know, we want to be able to activate killer as much as possible. With 60%, we at least have like a...
Hostile striker drone detected.
Although this build doesn't have then that much crit damage, so you're not that high above 60 activation rate. But then also leaving a bigger gap for killer to fill in, so you gain more from killer, essentially. But then that build would be kind of set up for just killer. Actually, yeah, we might do that with the next season. Because at the start of most seasons, I'll do the same next season. Well, likely first we kind of just play Brooklyn and kind of just, you know, get to enjoy that. And then what I usually do is do a pass through of the build collection and kind of go like, hey, what do we want to keep? What do we want to change? Likely in there we'll make some changes like that. Neither, Andy. That's catching it. Anyhow, well, welcome in. Anyhow, always happy to have the class filled. Still many bullets and I see the millions that seconds can take some of the realism. Wait, you mean the other way around? Usually the realism is more like killing fast, right? Not here as well. I'm on heroic difficulty on like kind of max that build with the modifier on, which helps quite a bit. I feel both games have places where, you know, they have big bars on enemies. And it's also just, yeah, part of their design. Like, without the bullet sponges, you can't have the whole build system. Like, Ghost Recon Breakpoint kind of struggles with that. With that quite a bit. That's also in the one, like a full, like even in Legendary, how quickly are we melting through, you know, the packs in Amherst. Was basically the same as, you know, burning through the packs here in Div 2. Also, yeah, just level 40. The kind of, at level 30, actually, we had kind of the same damage numbers in Div 1 as in Div 2. Just because the bases were around that same, of weapons were kind of around that same, like, 10k-ish for ARs. But when it went to 40, they took that quite a bit higher. Because the number doesn't matter. Like, it's just the time to kill kind of differences matter. Like if it's a trillion or not, because, for instance, the Chinese version has that. Otherwise, it's not. Actually, I wonder, is that still also billion capped? Because yeah, there I've seen some builds where, you know, they do like 15 million a shot and stuff. But then also, you know, the enemy's health is in those same numbers, kind of. Playing duos and trios is a good system without sacrificing too much damage. Just I think would be okay. Yeah, having one person, for instance, in summits, quite often in the past I would run a lot in trios, actually. There's two people that I played with quite a bit. And one of us would generally be the tank. Although you can even be all type things. Kind of, that goes fine. Same, for instance, can be as well in trios, although more so for like the directives. Like here, you can have no regen and have somebody be combat medic or redify. Because a full FI is kind of overkill. Although actually nowadays you get, yeah, refactor as well. But for instance, having, yeah, and then having another person be OD, so you can have Pistolero plus the reduced ammo one, because both of those are kind of negated by OD. Having a combat medic, you can have hard to earn and no regen. You can also have fragile armor, but fragile is can be kind of annoying for him. So.
Hostile shock trap detected.
Oh, it's the shock trap thing. Right. Yeah, there we go. Although, yeah, let's get the Aegis at the end. There's something. And then, yeah, you would just want, like, a few people. You would generally at least want one person kind of just on a full-on damage build. Doesn't per se also need to just be Striker. Striker is, of course, the obvious one. But Fel and Umbra and Red Heartbreaker and Red Striker. All of those can suffice. Striker is, of course, just the easiest. Yeah, let's actually see if we can get one last one in here. We're gonna stay in a little longer here than I meant to. 548. 548. So this would be. I mean, I can just do this. 5. Yeah, so 548. Divided by 120 times 100 is 456. There is no 456. Wait, did I do it? Did I do it wrong? No, right? Or maybe I put the input there. 548 divided by 120 times 100. 456. So space admin, let's see if it is space admin. No, it's bank. So oh, bank isn't in that list. So likely I was just missing. Bank is fine. We'll likely do that and then hop over to Div 1 because I do want to spend some time there. This is sticky and so it's animated. It was a game that sold them originally, but if we could get the way
Safe area detected.
Would not be the same at all. Yeah. Oh. That's odd. I have the audio bug again. Why is it doing that when we're coming back from the summit? I think it's not breaking for you guys, but yeah, on my end it just goes warbly. That's, I think, just from the, like, it's getting misprocessed in some way. Finally, one piece with crit down. Although actually, I'm not gonna use the backpack armor. Anyway. Yeah, let's go to bank. Which takes like 13 minutes or something. And hey there, Mad Boy. Saying hello from work. Well, is this my work? Well, this is my leisure. So yeah, saying hi from my leisure.
Access codes to the vault to recover the item the hyena stole from Air Force One. Our hyena insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
Oh, that after the double slash, that's how much they give. But I think that's the legendary, right? Because I think title is 1,000. And like there. Because I think DOA is as well, like kind of in that 700-ish or something. And yeah, actually that's forward set as well. Yeah, thing is the underlying systems of these are not like stuff that they invented themselves. This is basically the way that MMOs and stuff do all of this. What the vision actually is so for a long time people were trying to make MMOs and then have shooter aspects in them. So for instance, one that kind of re-released recently, Defiant, actually was kind of something like that. But it turns out the second that you have way too many people kind of on a server and stuff, you can't really dedicate the amount of connection and stuff to each person to actually make a good shooter out of it. Usually ends up floaty and, you know, just doesn't feel like a shooter. It feels like an MMO where, you know, you're just shooting as well. The thing that Division kind of has done is go the other route. They've made basically a third-person shooter and then crammed MMO elements into it. Actually, one kind of analogy that I kind of landed up on recently was that, so there's an old saying of like the resurgence of wait, what? Did I run down and they ran up? We did. The resurgence of like kind of action movies around the 2000s. And also the like actually really much better action movies that then, you know, starting with kind of like Matrix and then going into like Bourne Identity and nowadays like John Wick and stuff, is they went from taking somebody that does martial arts and then teaching them to act or trying to basically fake the acting. You know, they would take Jean-Claude Van Damme's and Steven Seagal's and people like that. They would take that and then, you know, try to make them action heroes. It turns out that it's much better to take actors and then fake the action. Fake, you know, teach them enough martial arts and then on top of that, anything that extra is needed, either buddy doubles or just CGI. And that makes for a much better end result. I'm actually going to grab the key here just for the key chest later. Because we're not going to grab any of the other loot. And Division's kind of that. It went instead of the route of like, oh, we're going to make an MMO and we're going to put some shooting in it. Or try to. They went like, oh, we're going to make a third-person shooter. And then we're going to put basically MMO concepts into it.
It's the fucking Division. Roach wants everyone back at headquarters.
Also, the bullet sponginess is just part, yeah, like it's not a flaw. Partially as well, like if you want to see what it turns into when you don't have that, some of the later missions in Breakpoint, where it just has to drop like 70 or 80 enemies at you at a single location, because you're killing them in one shot, each of them, or two shots if they have a helmet. So it turns, you know, and because of that as well, they can't have, like Breakpoint can't have the same level of systems as here, because you can't have talents like Obliterate and stuff, because they make no sense. So all your talent system has to be in utility stuff, basically.
The vault's just up ahead.
Great
making that kind of bland. Because even some of the other ones, because yeah, kind of Destiny did the same, but then they took basically a first-person shooters. But they kind of went more, a little bit as well, ARPG more so than Division. But then, for instance, something like Warframe is much more closer to an ARPG that is then, you know, made into a shooter than an MMO.
Hostile radio intercepted.
And when I say MMO, I don't mean like the actual, like that is massive multiplayer online, but more the mechanics of like a WoW or, you know, EverQuest, or Star Wars Galaxies. Or...
Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out where the president is being held and get him back. Sync Isaac with a bank security system. There should be a data
short
center
route here. As we can just go through the window. This way you don't have to fiddle with the doors.
Search query.
And now let's defend this area for several minutes.
You ain't leaving alive.
Also, the thing is, like, on heroic in general and such, like, some of the people that complain about bullet sponges, then you go like, okay, but what are you running? And they go like, oh yeah, the full blue foundry with a blue screen, or like in the back in the day. Nowadays, blue screen is okay, but with a Sacrum Imperium. Oh, with Overlord. Let's go with that. It's just like, yeah, you're making them more spongy. Build learn the game systems. Exactly. And kind of as well that just the systems of the game kind of are reliant on it not being a tactical shooter, basically. Yeah, we can't cross these two doors with mission fail. So we're just gonna take over here. Press on. Couldn't hit the broadside of the barn from the inside. Where she's me.
Search query finished. Subject located.
It's President Ellis.
Partially. The thing is though that with ARPGs kind of lean more towards like
procedure initiated.
That doesn't sound good.
Having dozens of stats as well, kind of classes. Like I feel MMOs have done much more classless systems than, or at least like a character and its class are not the same. You know, because RPGs basically always do. That's one of the things actually I love about Division in general, and actually in a lot of gaming. The character and their profession should not be like, tied to. There's no reason to do that, except to like, yeah, the way that the Diablos and stuff do it, of just like, okay, go level up this other thing if you want to now run this. Whereas here, the builds are the classes, right? Gear sets are kind of the different classes. But I would say, like, yeah, especially things like Warframe and Last Descendant. I was about to say Last Defendant. I feel those lean much closer to like ARPG stuff. Also, just in the way that kind of the action here, for instance, well, the gameplay wise, it's much more designed to be, yeah, a shooter first. Both Destiny and this, like, and that's also why the shooting feels so much better than a Warframe or a Last Descendants. Because one of the things I feel about ARPGs usually is, yeah, you don't have the feel of actually connecting, right? Quite often. It's kind of one of the things that irks me with Warframe. Sir? Where are you going? God damn it, Ellis.
Heads up. We're inbound to your location. Coming in over the HU. Keep your heads down. We're gonna make a hole.
Just went a little see now. No man. Gonna beat him to death. But let's not. He's gonna be on the other side. I need to get a heavy solo? I don't know. I'm in the solo in a while, apparently. That makes sense, though.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Well, that's a load of shit. Kill every last one of those fuckers. I want them dead. Roach, our gear supply will dry the fuck up if word gets back to the rest of the council that we lost the president. We'll get him, ma'am. Fuckers aren't going anywhere but down.
A heck? What is that? I've been messing around a little bit with it, but I haven't actually been enjoying too much of my time with it, which I kind of knew. That's not the game for me. But I wouldn't, like, I haven't, maybe some weapons feel good. But just, it's kind of starting out in there, especially the weapons. Also the melee just feels, it doesn't give enough feedback. It's also not trying to go for that, because it's going much more for just, you just spam it and everything in the area dies, kind of. Which is why I would say that, like, that's closer to ARPG, where you're just from kind of above and you get just kind of a mass of enemies right on top of you, and then you click button until no longer enemy. I grabbed ammo, apparently. And let's get Papa Roach out of here. And his kids too. Get off my lawn. And then we got it. Sawyers from specific source. We're on 119. Let's do one more then. Oh, the summit again, right? That'll also finish up the summit thing. This will be capital. Yeah, let's do that. Also finishes up the summit mission, or the summit project. Although I think I needed one. It's a little overkill.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
What builds do I like the most, and what builds are the most entertaining? I mean, kind of depends. I like kind of varying it up most of the time. Here, though, we're kind of running the same thing here just because I'm just looking for consistency, which means, yeah, kind of just we're just taking the tech tank, and that's what these are also for. It's kind of hard to die with them, and because of that, you just get through stuff. Because with a lot of builds, yeah, like even you don't pay attention for a little bit and you can very easily die. You know, if you're just running full red. But for instance, what I really like is Eclipse. Just the play style of Eclipse. Especially, well, in group settings. I generally don't run it solo. Especially in group settings. But also, so this season we don't have no regen anymore, but last season we had no regen. I was running a lot of combat medic. Actually, if this season was no regen as well, I would have run a lot of refactor and combat medic. Because actually I kind of enjoy, for instance, that status effect refactor as well. Even though it's not that great, and especially against Eclipse, it's a little lacking, but it's like, it's good enough that it works, and then something on it. Let's pick up most of these, just so we're kind of charged up. On the momento.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
But for me, especially when, yeah, kind of just generally playing, I like just jumping around on builds. Here as well, for instance, if we were gonna keep going, I would have likely started to just maybe match make for some of the missions and stuff, and then run Eclipse. Or even just when running reds, running things like Umbra instead, which Umbra nowadays is actually, it's pretty good. It's not striker good, but it's pretty good. Slow. Yeah. It's more also just the
Hostile striker drone detected.
game feel of it, the minute to minute. I feel Warframe as well is much more about just kind of, you have to kind of enjoy grinding. One of the things that I do like about Division is, while there is grinding, like here we're actually grinding, but it's very like minimal, and it's also not, well, there's some chance-basedness to it, but it's not to the degree of some other things. I was gonna, for instance, yeah, I've been actually playing some Warframe and actually on stream, and then we kind of got sidetracked because I was kind of planning on doing it for a little bit, but then the PTS was pretty early. So I ended up jumping back to that, but I've already kind of ended up uninstalling it once. Going like, fuck this shit. I'm going like, oh, okay, let's give it a real chance. Because actually, yeah, I'm gonna just force myself to get through what it has as quests for now, basically, and just see more of it and see if it kind of gets better. But stuff as well of like having to, hey, go do this bounty, and I need a Xenoric lens, and I can either run this other Warframe where I have that in and I can level that up, or I can actually play the new thing that I just made. But then I don't get that kind of shit. So, and then, oh, it's also chance based. So even if you do the bounty, you might have to do it like 5 times. Like very little of the gameplay here is based around those kind of contraptions, which I feel both Destiny and Division. I like it more the way like these do it. Like the gameplay is there to keep you there, not per se the grind. Might actually go back to it a little bit with stream as well, but it'll be a while because yeah, Brooklyn is gonna take up a lot of my attention coming up, and I don't think before Brooklyn, maybe we do like a day or something here. An evening.
Enemy wants to flank us.
System reactivated.
But yeah, some of the things there are like in the same way as Last Descendants. Like, I'm completely out the second that those systems exist. Normally. Here I'm gonna like just force myself through it just to have experienced it. Just so I can know what I'm talking about when we're talking about similar games. It's not just that. It's just, for instance, in Division sense, yeah, expertise is a one-time grind. Library is a one-time grind. Whenever I unlock a new Warframe, I have to go and make sure I have the generator and stuff for it. No. Just no. Also, yeah, boosters. Like, it has boosters and also just a time-based crafting system. Both of those things are for me just like completely just not okay. I'm kind of okay with a time-based thing, more so for like if it is in an actual MMO sense, like an Eve or something. But especially for a game like Warframe, which is much more grinding based, like that's just there to quite literally nickel and dime. This is also just nickel and dimes if you want to skip it. It's kind of the same issue that I have, like why I every time I kind of, because I can enjoy, for instance, the gameplay of World of Tanks, but every time I play it a little bit and get into a new tank, I was like, oh yeah, I have to do either pay a bunch or we have to grind a bunch without having, although I think they've changed it nowadays, but you know, not having the, what is this called, Sixth Sense? Until I did like 40 matches or something on that tank, and then, or I can pay a few bucks to like bring my old crew to this new one, which yeah, just to me all of those systems are just unacceptable. Like, I would never play a game really with those systems in them. Same for the boosters, like just don't. It's also why when people go like, you know, they're being money hungry here with the apparel and stuff, I'm just like, I'm just happy it's apparel. That's also why, for instance, the recent issue where it was where you could buy season level things, like if that was, I would have crusaded, and specifically that word, basically against that. And if that was here the next season, I would be a bingo. Luckily, they already took it out this season and basically went, whoopsie. Shouldn't have been in there though to begin with. But yeah, to me that's basically a completely unacceptable thing of just like, oh, you can buy. There's super rare stuff in these caches and you can buy them. I still wouldn't buy them, but just the existence of them and kind of knowing that that is in it, yeah, is a deal breaker for me. That's actually the only part that I've kind of that's been keeping me going as this is yeah, just being like, oh, okay, where are we going next? We did the thing of, you know, figuring out that I'm a real boy. That part.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Sure, rest of grinding in this game. Oh yeah, it's much more designed around the grind. Fine, yeah, let's return to Washington DC. Let's get this character cleaned up. Let's actually pop all those caches as we get into a number, and then
Safe area entered.
those are effort stuff to level in the game's one. Yeah, that's the thing though. I don't want constantly having stuff to level. Like that system doesn't appeal to me. It's much more
Nice to see you, Agent.
like I would rather have an end goal that is actually achievable. The difference, especially within this and Division or that and Division, is Division is very much wide. Like you can be done with a build to a certain degree, like pretty quickly, if you really wanted to, and move on to the next. Basically, there the how tall you can kind of go with some stuff, especially as well once you're kind of invested into going tall in one end, like.
Good to see you.
It feels bad going to a different character that doesn't have all of those format put in there. Yeah. That system just has never appealed to me. Really don't matter once you. No. It's just that they exist. Like just them existing for me is a deal breaker. It's like, you know, going and renting a house and there is just okay, you come into the house and it's a beautiful looking house, but there is just a pile of shit in the corner. And the landlord goes, you can't move that pile of shit. I'm not taking that house. I'm going to a different house. Yeah, that pile of shit belongs there. No. Just no. Can't touch it.
Thanks for the deal.
Thank you, bye. Thank you for taking the time to show me the house. And bye. But I will still, I'm gonna push through just to know to, but yeah, I'm never gonna be going like all in on it. Cabela was basically gambling. Yeah, that was unacceptable. Like if Division had the same, that would have been that same pile of shit. Like I would have kind of campaigned for the season, and if they had brought it back next season that way, I would have just said goodbye and thanks for all the fish. And goodbye and thanks for all the burdens of truths. So actually, oh yeah, we can't actually schedule this. Let's see how many I get here actually, because it would be funny if I got way more than the. No, we only got the. Oh well, we only got the one. Yeah. This account also is not baked. We're getting the amounts we're deserving of. Yeah, let's where's my thingy? Let's see, whenever we get one of the things, because yeah, I have so far 2 pieces of apparel. Yeah, man, give me Sam. Okay. Right, so we got the shoes, so that's 3 pieces of apparel. Oh yeah, I've done this already once on main account. This account still needs to. Yay, another piece. That's the shirt. I have vest here. We had, I think, 7 there. And we got 3 pieces around on average. Oh, actually, that's the apparel then. So yeah, we have 4 more arm patches. And the carapace.
Here to check something out? Thanks for the business.
And yeah, let's actually remove those bulbs. Put this poor lady in the kickflip. Oh, there she is. Save this. And yeah, actually, so yeah, am I just 1 patch in? It's interesting that we got most apparel. One. Yeah, didn't miss any. Yeah. At least, yeah, we got. So we still have 5 items to get, so that's doable. Yeah, let's swap over to Div 1. We're going actually a little bit late. For those, yeah, unaware. There's a global event in Division 1. Gonna need to swap account as well. And also, I need to change my categories. But there's a global event going on in Div 1, so we're gonna spend some time there. As the title also is saying. And in the background, I'm just swapping categories and such. And we'll come to second accounts farm in the future. Well, tomorrow especially, definitely. We'll go, I got Danny and stuff as well on them. I mistyped something there. Yeah, we need to go also to this scene. For Div 1 in a sec. And yeah, well, this is building. Let me actually catch up here since, yeah. Where I'm way behind. I think. That's awesome. Sort of live service. That's where the story has been. At least, you know, interesting characters and stuff like that. Collect all things and level up your account. Well, that's also the thing as well. For instance, the slots as well. It's kind of. Because I can't collect all the things because I have to keep, you know, opening up slots for other items. That kind of irks me there as well, that there's like the whole slot system for weapons and warframes. So that's just want to nuke the whole room. Yeah, also that's just having seen some of the end game, it's sometimes people just kind of just being semi AFK and just doing basically jammer pulse Val tactics, right? Which is everybody let me see the free ones in the hand. Well, the free ones at the end out is also just like sometimes scammy, I feel, because usually, yeah, that's just to kind of go like, hey, why don't you play the game for a few hours because you have a 2-hour bonus to resources and stuff. Like, no, thank you. That daily login is wasted. Bye. I don't have time today. Let's go on a play. Hey. And that's also kind of fine as well with some games to feel that you've gotten your words out of it. At least for now, for instance, yeah, kind of taking breaks and stuff. I feel more people should do that with Division as well from time to time. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to. So I'm kind of watching you guys' conversation there with interest.
Don't be shy. Right here for you.
Well, that's also the thing. Like, yeah, the fence comes up of like same for World of Tanks and War Thunder and stuff like that, where they go like, but it's a free to play game, and stuff like, okay, but that's not my decision, and I'd rather just pay an upfront fee and know what I'm getting. No, as for nah, there's definitely more fair ones out there, but they're not in that same space. But they definitely like them having that marketplace thing and stuff kind of makes it more tolerable. But for me, just having the boosters in there, like anything that is just like, hey, would you like a premium account and you get double the thing? It's just no. Or maybe at least the premium account I'm more okay with, where you buy like one thing and you have that's kind of like the way that, for instance, yeah, the War Thunder has it, where you have a premium account and that's kind of like you get increase into some things and you just know what that is. And oh yeah, actually let's first go do our dailies. So 15 hits on weak points, weapon bars collected, and 10 LMB eliminated in the dark zone. Let's go do the LMB part first. I'm hoping these landmarks are not hit. Also, yeah, there's other things as well. Like, yeah, the slots as well. For instance, now as well, I have 3 warframes.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only.
If I want to get one more.
Activated. System rebooted. Caution. Entering dark zone.
Fucking JTF drive me crazy.
Because yeah, that's all the slots I have.
I lost a friendly.
Run the skill build. Oh, I need to get some skill kills. Also, with this, I can hit a weak point like a dozen times and it won't explode yet. Actually, what is the weekly? Because yeah, yesterday we did a bunch of weeklies in Division 1. Okay, elites, tools collected, veteran enemies in general, and as always 10 missions. Okay, it's not an extraction one, so we'll likely get to all 10. Although even if it was extraction, whatever. All 10. All 4 characters is daily done.
Now! Open fire! Now!
This week. Just for the diff tech. It's also why we are doing these dailies and such. They
Proximity
on
threat has
each
been
character
eliminated. Scanning
it's
for additional hostiles.
75 diff tech for the 3 simple ones, basically.
Christ.
God damn it. I missed a little. And the global events actually work in the PvE end of the DZ. So we're actually getting the gas rounds and stuff. Anyway, with that extra patrol, when we kill these 2 guys over here, I take one to investigate. Yeah. This guy's lonesome here. Where'd the other one go?
You're on the wrong side.
Trying to get his attention there. Here, catch.
Shit! Oh, for Christ's sakes!
That's the names. Oh, guys. We point on his back. What else? He has it. About those frags. Mine goes a little faster. That's the DZ part.
Area secure.
So weak points and weapon parts. Right? Plus that, but it could yeah, no, I just can't explain like that.
LMB is always cleaning up the goddamn mess. Word is, JTF's fucked. Looking to talk.
Go grind platinum. That's kind of thing, like it's just grinding. That part doesn't feel appealing too much.
Attention.
Hazard levels.
I might actually, so what I might do I might just remove, I was trying to mostly do it solo. I might actually just do it in a group setting and just have somebody kind of carry me through a little bit. Kind of speed me up towards the end game. Let's go down. Yeah. Do individuals. Oh yeah, Destiny definitely feels a little expensive. I didn't I messed around with it, kind of, especially the summer of last year, quite a bit.
I didn't think there
On
was
stream
any
myself as
kindness
well.
left in the world.
But didn't actually like buy. What was it? Final Shape. I suppose also it was just like pretty fucking expensive. But I saw now it's on sale for like 15, which I might go like and buy it and just redo the missions. And the prismatic seemed interesting. Nothing else. Yeah, so that's our weak points. Let's go for weapon parts. Let's actually go there. So double crit limo holster. No, math. Damn chest. Yeah. Although yeah, you can go holster, holster knee pad. By the way, holster knee pad and backbone. And avoid the chest. Because that one's the chest is really the hard part. The other ones are still hard. They're unicorns, but yeah. The super unicorns are definitely a step higher. And neither TBX. Oh, I never loot this thing. Yeah, let's get the daily parts here and then pop everything and then go do that across all 4 characters. And on the last character, well, maybe, likely, yeah, let's go do a named run to start off with them once we're at that point. And then
Readings indicate this area is safe.
matchmake and start already getting a little bit of progress on the number of missions completed. Just getting that. Especially the dev tech out of these. So a few items, it's going to be faster this way. But actually, what was this one? Well, that wasn't the burst fire, right?
You're gonna like what you see. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, let's do that. Go do that 3 more times. I'm done with it. You might as well that quite often just having played a game for way too much, it's easy to kind of fall out of love with it. I feel usually it's best to not go like, I'm completely done with it and stuff. Just go like, at the very least, I'm taking a break. It might be permanent, it might be not. Because none of these games are actually made to really be up to the amount of playtime that some of us like put into them. Finish real because there are good points for going to public lobbies. Yeah, I've done that. Like that was the last story thing. Now I think it wants me to go get a railjack. At least that's what it's hinting at. With like, hey, did you know you can have a spaceship kind of things?
How do you do that?
But I'm still not sure why they have boats. Although maybe I have to try out the mode. the Because we already have the Genjaks, right? Why do we also have like... Those two seem pretty similar in what you're doing. Yeah, so let's take it to... It's likely the same DZ. So, seeing as we've cleared out that one, let's go for... Or maybe I go for this one. Yeah, let's go for this. Hopefully we get a patrol along the
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only. Backup activated. System rebooted.
Ask and ye shall receive. Because the landmark itself, unless it's a multi-wave one, it's only 7 enemies. So if we kill these 3,
The safe
we're
area.
exactly 10. That was some recall compensation there. And yeah, the recall much more applicable in Div 1. Yeah, it's also so. For instance, in my case, one of the things I do and why I've definitely been somewhat burned out with Div 2 as well and such. But I usually just try to vary it up what I do. So for instance, start of the season we went and did a ton of conflict, which I hadn't done in forever. Playing around with the builds and stuff as well. But then also, when I'm kind of like not feeling it that much, you're like, hey, I've gone and had an excursion into like the last Descendants, first Descendant. Wait, which one is it actually? I've completely forgotten the name of this thing. The first Descendants? You guys know which one I mean.
Confirmed. Area has been secured.
Oh, somebody actually had killed a few here already. Because this one's also, I think, 8 usually. Also, we didn't have a name there. Oh yeah, likely. So one thing people do quite often is just come in and kill the names and get at for the global event currency. Because actually, farming DZ, it's not the best. Definitely not even up to par with... Oh, it's more than the named run, but it's less than like just farming Lexington. But what you do get as well is just the DZ currency and stuff. First, and then you'll be saying, yep. First, last, it's all the same. Oh, hi. Did you just kill everybody? God damn it. Want to kill me too? Open mic! Again, what is it with open mics? Also, the part that he did was not the landmark. Yeah, that's the landmark you found. Because yeah, you have a bunch of black dust. You have a bunch of LMB up there. But they're not the landmark. The landmark is the cleaners underneath. This respawn. I noticed that on the corner of my eye. I might run into a patrol. I saw just in the tree. Don't want to. I feel pretty bad. I quite often get names wrong, especially something like that. I might actually just even... Somebody's called stolen.account. No, that's funny. The kill feed there read just some person's name killed stolen account. Hey. Exactly what I wanted.
God damn it.
Don't worry, I am just here to murder you.
Keep it tight, people.
Just let me kill you and I'll be out of your hair in no time. Thank you for cooperating. Got somebody I might call like Destiny Fate or something. Fate 2. Division would be multiplication 2. Let's go play some multiplication. Warframe would be frame of war. Kind of like the Lord of War quote.
Leaving Dark Zone.
I am now Lord of War. No. It's called Warlord? I like it better my way. Frame of War. Weak points. I'll say it like it. Don't try it. No. They've basically stolen most of the things from... It's Warframe, but different. It's basically the same mod system as Warframe, wholesale. The story is as well, kind of, at least part of the story. Because I'm not too far in the Warframe one, but definitely
Very cool. Thank you.
Super powerful lady that is kind of your guardian kind of thing that was actually supposed to destroy all of you, but didn't. Spoiler warning, maybe a little. That is like literally as well. There. And for weak points, I always come to this guy. There's a few of those, and then there's a few of those, and then there's a few there. Oh, we only have 10 so far. Could actually grab a build that is maybe a little less powerful.
It's an honor to fight with you.
Because then it takes more shots to break it. This guy is also a weak point. Yeah, we'll go for that guy. That's right. Also, they like putting skinny or skimpy ladies in it. Which also I'm just like, just fuck off. If I want to watch porn, I just go watch porn. I'm a full-grown adult. I can, like, I know where to find porn if I want porn. Look at that. I only landed one hit on the weak point there. Okay, stands. There we go. Indeed, we do have a job to do, which is me murdering you. Yeah, I'm not gonna go grab the weapon. Actually, no, I did grab the weapon parts already, right? But we're done? Yeah. On to the next. Let's see. Okay. Shepherd. Somewhere.
Readings indicate this area
just
is safe.
change the division. Just the splash.
In the city. Check it out.
Let's actually flex and strategy knives and expertise or shave investors like that. Solo play. The if you're like doing it on the gear end, like neither really. You would benefit more on just the full red. Although yeah, as well you can indeed go an all yellow one, or just put it on a 511 build. That's what I do. Although actually the 511 build is great at 511, like 5 on the left side, 11 on the right side.
Best gear in the city. Check it out.
I'm kind of looking forward to the 30. I can move up a bunch of weapons to 30. And then there's still round numbers for when I need to, like...
Another satisfied customer.
Although I've usually replacement weapons for all of the... And I'm keeping those Predator Marks caches. Actually, yeah, later on, what we might do is go do on a bounty run. Because bounties are pretty good for global event currency, and they're also pretty good for Phoenix credits. Oh, decent. But yeah, in here, it's a weekly system, basically. Oh, well, there's a weekly and a daily system. But especially the weekly system gives good global event rewards, or global event currency rewards. And that one is per character. But yeah, I also need target intel. How full am I actually up on? Okay, not enough for cash. Let's do the same deal here already. But then I go here and I grab the weapons here already. So, fog is here.
Gonna take what's mine, you know. Knock this one off. Not my eye.
Oh, I need the other guys on. Oh wait, sure. Quartet. I'm gonna half blew myself up. I'll get the weapon ones here. Actually, we have some cleaners over there as well. Yeah. Blow up their backpacks. We'll likely aggro the people upstairs though if we do, but we'll just have to deal with that. You can't fast travel in Div 1 if you're in combat. It's always very annoying. Not players for PvP and shit. During the global events a little bit. There's basically always a last stand match kind of going on. There's still people that kind of just play Division 1. Last stand and skirmish. And there's sometimes people in the DZ. But especially for instance, yeah, now there's a global event on, and that's... For this week, it'll be like decently busy. But PvP and stuff, yeah, it's not like too great. Where am I going? Let's go see if this is... I think this is a different session for this character. We can just go hit this.
You are now entering a safe area.
Yeah. Oh, was there an ad there? I don't know if you caught it there, but yeah, it's not still like, especially in global event weeks, is pretty busy. I wouldn't say that the PvP and DZ are. There are some people.
Caution, entering dark zone.
But yeah, it's not as busy as the PvE end.
Warning, now leaving the safe area.
But yeah, there is usually still like one last stand match always going. And then people kind of come out of that, and then they like rematch make, and it's the same group over and over again, kind of.
1 minute. Hey, weapons free. Down. Firing. Turret deployed. Cut me out here.
That was some recoil compensation. That's not a weak point, is it? No. Here we're running what will also kind of get a taste of next season, which is Alpha Bridge with the Tinkerer. Although Alpha Bridge, especially Classified, does a little bit more than just talent sharing. Sealed cache.
You can hide from the LMB.
Hold on, nah. Likely not gonna go for an extract.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Oh, we have multi-wave here. Is there a patrol? There's that patrol. I'm gonna leave this for the other character. It's likely they'll spawn into the same session. Go murder these guys. There's another one as well, Alpha Bridge Classified. Basically, on kill, I trigger one of the ults, the links. But yeah, that's trade talents. But here is the third talent.
Attention. Exiting dark zone.
I've had many kills, so I just can't stand the person. Yeah, same here. That's also why, like, the push from some people of like tactical bikinis. Tactical bikinis would for me also be like just me going like, goodbye and thanks for all the, because I'm out. One of the things I like about Division as well, just in its design and stuff, it doesn't try to do just sexy shit just for the sake of sexy shit. Disease still popping? Sometimes, like on likely this weekend, there'll be some peoples around. But for instance, today on a like during the week, you could find some fights if you really went looking for some. But yeah, it's not like super busy. But this is also kind of like Tuesday at 12 o'clock on a, you know, midweek of Tuesday. So let's look at the character one, and then also but even further can be used. Wait, it's allowed in the... I haven't actually played Last Stand with this glow event, but interesting that like, yeah, that it carries it. That's gonna be annoying because yeah, the fire, basically whoever lands the first fire shots, right, is gonna win.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Yeah, look at this. Squandered the rest of it, getting all this out of place and shit in the game. Kind of, yeah. Although I mean, it's not like Division really like goes out of its way as well. You like protect. Where is it? This could really use a search for thing. I was gonna go for the Christmas suit. Like, it does silly shit, but even the silly shit is kind of, you know, in universe. Kind of same with like the. Oh well, for instance, is it this? Oh no, it's shirt as well. Actually, it's not even jacket.
best gear in the city. Check it out.
Can I find it? I think it's marked, right? In the same way as those. Nah, that's not.
Your attention, please. Do not, I repeat.
Oh, actually, yeah, there. Sand the seat. Right, like.
Interacting with them is not safe.
But even that, like, that doesn't completely fill out of place. It's more just like silly person wearing silly clothes.
Don't be shy.
I think the next one will explode in the rainbows. Not even kidding. I mean, in the vision we can run a gear set and make people explode. Or well, or the what's it called? The O'Carroll, and on headshot make him slam. But the vision already does concessions to like realism. Yeah, Diamondback, for instance, as well. But even that still kind of like feels in universe. Would be looks like something that some idiot would make just to have made it. And also, it doesn't do like visual spectacle that much.
Transmissions
like
jammed.
actually in the
Proximity
game.
coverage only.
It's actually one of the things that I like here as well. Just that Vision doesn't do much of, you know,
You are now leaving the safe area.
the status effects and stuff. Do have a visual
Entering dark zone.
language to them, but it's not like the way that a lot of MMOs do, where like if you have the FI buff, there isn't like a green cloud around you or something. Yeah.
JD, just war's over. They lost.
Engaging.
I'm even running striker. Oh.
There we go. People.
Basic striker. Oh, this is a 6v6 game. Might as well grab this. Oh, sorry, we're not in the same session that we left the other character. That would have been... This still works out.
Alert. Hostiles detected.
Oh. There's also multi-phase.
Gonna have to look.
Let's actually clear out this landmark. No. Sir, over here. I have your full attention. Let's clear that from this side.
Warning. Hostiles detected.
So it didn't spawn anything this side. Gotta love some regen from Striker plus Predatory. You get to be pretty silly with that.
Just like training.
It's a few caches actually there. Could add a few caches to it and just extract with that. Just try to extract
Area
it.
secure.
Is this anything useful? No. Although I don't think we're gonna get extraction. Sure. Final visual one. pretty bad. We just, yeah. Let's maybe extract that cash, but then we'll grab a bunch of caches along the way too. Gonna go with it. Oh, hi. You're gonna go rogue? You can if you want to. Or just send me to the thing quicker. Oh, just wanted to wave. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, there's no close extraction, is there? I have to make it all the way there. What is? This guy is way too friendly for being in the DZ. Do you know where you are, sir? We found the puppy. Do you want that one? Grab it if you want it. I'm just gonna go and extract. Elijah was gonna go grab a bunch of caches, but I feel bad about it. Kind of yoinking him out of his hands. It's weird finding puppies. Grandma resistance when I told my friends when they blow my class figures in just one model. Seriously. Years ago. I mean, the thing is, if you know what you're kind of doing nowadays, I would think if you have the playtime in there, then the second time through is always easier. And then nowadays with the global events as well.
This battalion is the only family I need.
A few more elite kills. I need some anyway. Although it's not like I won't get enough elite kills for the weekly. Might as well get them in already. Same guy? Yeah, I was gonna go and find a few more caches, but let's just extract these and just asking that. Sometimes people are just, I mean, in Div 2 as well, quite often it happens. Some people are super friendly and stuff. Also, yeah, he knows, like, if I wanted to go rogue, I would have gone rogue. If he wanted to go rogue, he would have gone rogue. So we're both in here just PvEing, basically, so. But he's still a little bit too friendly. for even that. Like,
Just what? Think you can take Keep your distance.
and he's likely also going to show up here because he's likely going to go for the extract as well. What about that in 2 as well sometimes? And sometimes as well, if I was actually here planning to be in the DZ for maybe longer, I would maybe go, hey, buddy, how'd you like an invite? As seeing as I'm just extracting.
Looks like we lost this area now.
Although this can be a bunch of my veteran kills. Although the bounties will make it so that The veteran kills will be done on all the characters anyway. I will need elites in the DZ, but elites in the DZ is pretty easy. Isn't this box? Okay. Let's go grab that one div too.
You got a bird inbound on your position.
Yeah. There it is.
Commencing package extraction.
I mean, not everybody has been completely briefed on the DZ rules. Also not gonna guard this.
Ready to bring it on board.
Somebody wants to yank it. They can be my guest. I would likely not win the fight. Ah, there we go. That's that guy again. Actually, you know what? I want to see. Yeah, he's putting it on. Yeah. Not that extraction was per se worth it.
Package is secure. Extraction complete.
But you know, if you can proc stuff like determined off of the animals in the wild and div 2 like dogs and deer, used to be able to. Although the determined didn't exist back then. But you used to be able to trigger predator preservation and such. Don't believe you can anymore. I haven't tried in a while, but I'm pretty sure you can't.
Don't waste my time.
I believe determined definitely drops. Yeah, so we got the DZ one done, so we just need, yeah, some weapon parts. But yeah, let's actually go do a named run here. We haven't done one in forever. Also gonna swap actually to explosive builds. That's been my go-to for a named run. And we'll go with tactician. Because the names in the one are, there's basically one per zone. There's 15 zones, there's 15 names. They're basically on a 4-hour cooldown. And then per character. But they're basically just in set places. So you can go around and get them. With a global event as well. Each of them is worth 150. So just doing this set of names gets you 2,250. Makes it one of those things that just here and there you can just do. Although you can do like 15k an hour doing legendary. Although this is like half an hour as well. But you know, 2k for half an hour where also it's in the open world and stuff, so you can't set open world difficulty here. Meaning that just the enemies are kinda pushovers. This being a skill build, I just still kill people with my main weapon. And I want to get a ton of skill kills. If I can. Oh, that's what I should. Let's get weak point hits here. I almost forgot about that. I think through the fence. Actually, I forgot about the weak point parts. And here we're gonna grab weapon parts. And then yeah, that guy was fine. It's also, yeah, he didn't steal my shit. Just going to I was gonna yeah. There was something that used to be triggered with that. I don't actually remember what it exactly was. But it was actually like people would actually do it. There's things like determined as well. It's like not even per se worth it because just as easy to trigger it correctly. Let's get our weapon parts here. Actually, let's go get the tools as well, because I need those for the weekly. There's usually a group of raiders over there, but there isn't actually. No, they're likely still there, but they're likely in a different spot. Or you just put that seeker up there to deal with them while I'm getting these. Onto here. Also, I should check how many I'm up to on the
You are now entering a safe
skill
area.
kills. I think we're getting to the 100,000 kills there. I wonder actually how much I have. Tracker GG shows that, I think, right? Oh, actually, the Ubisoft tracking thing also shows it, right? But yeah, we're on 6,800. One of the things I've realized, which is actually kind of shitty, which I didn't realize was actually a thing, but for instance, this one, loot down 10,000 items, this is per character. So each other character has their own bar, basically. It's not the combination of all of them. So if I want to get that one done, I should actually mostly play this character, which used to be my only character, basically.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
And loot another 700 items. Because for instance, character 2 is on like 2K or something. But it's weird that it's not account-wide. It's just each character has their own. But if you complete it, then yeah, this is completed account-wide. Are those guys there? No. Sometimes there's a pack of riders there and just toss a seeker at them for 4 more kills. I feel as well anybody who's really like played some Division will always remember the named runs. Okay, let's have these ones. Also, these guys have decent chances at dropping exotics and dropping.
Hey, just taking care of business.
Wait, did they aggro up there? I'm just gonna shoot him. Then aggro you guys, right? In Division 2, as long as you haven't taken damage in the last 10 seconds, you can fast travel, even if you're in combat and stuff. But here, yeah, if you're in combat, you can't fast travel, so. Just sometimes annoying, because sometimes you're in we'll see that likely here. We'll be in combat with something that isn't really easily gotten to. And then it's either you run away from it just to outdistance it, or you go all the way through that parking garage to kill like 2 people. I'm gonna deal with those guys separately. We also have those guys actually. Usually they're closer and the Seeker also gets them. And hey, we got Alex. It's never happened before, so... Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for my sticky to come back, because the name group spawns over there in a sec. And when I say in a sec, I mean literally. That guy dropping 3 items there, most likely, unless one of the high ends was from somebody else in that pack. That was likely a classified piece. We'll see later what it is. Okay. Here, for instance, yeah, we're in combat. We could go that way and try to find these people, but I'm just gonna go this way and just get far enough away from them. It's annoying that we can infinitely reload. I keep reloading over and over. I actually have a habit of just hitting the reload way more, even when it's not needed, just because if I'm running around, I'd rather have hit the reload, and you know, if we needed the reload, it will have had happened. But here, because of the global event, it allows us to reload even at full. Which polarity switch should totally do that same thing. Like, I have no idea why this... why they did do it here, but they didn't do this for polarity switch. Like, polarity switch would be so much better if you could just reload when full.
Hey, give me the code or I'll shoot. The city's going to hell. Say your prayers. Get this over with! Can't see!
I'm waiting for them to explode. And each of these buses giving us 150 GE. Oh yeah, at some point I need to do the missions and stuff. We'll likely do that tomorrow. With like the smart ammo thing. But I would rather do that in a coordinated team. You know. Some of the regulars around, that would be nice for that.
Nobody's gonna tell me what to do. I know there's something in here. You deserve it. Get out of here!
Un exotique, por favor. Ninja bike messenger backpack. I heard something over there, so let's go over here.
Come on. We could take...
So let's do this full named run. Let's do this character's bounties. One of the things with the weekly bounties here as well is that they actually reset on... is it at the end of Thursday night, I think? But in any case, basically you can do them twice during the global event. Because they reset kind of like in the middle of the global event. So you kind of save them for the global event. And then... And the Seeker's a lot more, isn't it? Generally, I try to sticky the ground instead of the enemy. Quite often when you sticky the enemy, it just doesn't work. Like you blow up the sticky and they take no damage. And then they have a bleed icon, but they're not bleeding. They're not actually doing damage. So it's basically kind of like a desync between yourself and the client and the server. But that doesn't seem to happen if I just sticky the ground. So. And it's a long run. There's also one that people sometimes skip, running all the way down to that guy. But here I'm gonna do it just to also get the tools along the way. Because tool and weapon parts is what I'm always very low on, so can always use more. Well, actually, I'm not that low on it. I have like 2,000 or something, so I stored up. But that's like one good crafting session will get that down to 0 very easily.
Yeah, run your sweet ass out of here.
Catch. And they caught it. There's even more tools. Although I feel, yeah, I think I timed it once. It was like 2 minutes 20 to get from the other name to the like there. And that was even, I think, without opening these things. That's why usually a lot of people skip this one. I feel if we're going for it, might as well go for all 15. Although it will be smarter, so one of the things I've seen people put out as well is just, especially like in my case where I have like 4 characters. But sometimes I like log in and just do a named run or something in the afternoon even, when I'm not streaming. But with 4 characters, I should just go for the ones that are kind of like instant. And leave any running in between and just swap characters instead.
You still catch that shit? Let me finish this. Not much of a challenge. Is it?
Those 2 over there.
It's a clear shot.
Shooting the runway. Sir, catch. The ragdolling in the one is always set up a little bit more aggressively. The ragdoll quite a bit more heavily. It looks cool. Especially when you get a sticky under someone, they just go flying. God damn it, I wanted those gas. It was funny coming back because I hadn't played Div 1 in likely a little over a year, or over 3 years. When we came back to it like a year ago.
This shit over with. Kill them all. It's a clean shot. Gonna rush them.
So annoying when the instant use kind of doesn't find the target and then just like Close that there. I want to keep my sticky for that guy. Actually, I thought that was gonna be a sniper up there. But as well, that guy was bleeding, except he wasn't.
Not even breaking a sweat here.
Just gonna wait for my skills actually.
He's fucked. Get that fucker out of cover.
Because also because I want the skills to be skill kills. Even more tools. Oh, might be able to reach 30. Let's see. No. One shy. But yeah, coming back to Div 1. After like 3 years, I still knew most of the bosses. Just from... Although yeah, some I definitely had to like go like, wait. I know it's like, especially this one, I remember like, yeah, I know it's behind one of these buildings, but which one? In the NIL, there are weapon mods stuck in my special deliveries. Oh, because it came to the special. Oh, you should be able to pull that out, right? If you pull the diamond back out, although you might need to relog before it disappears. Or has it been there for already forever? Because one of the things used to be as well, the if you had the level 1 Rootless and Lullaby, which actually, for instance, on this account, I have those in the stash. All of their mods would separately also be in there. But then actually at some point they kind of changed that for that. Like nowadays they're no longer there like that. At least for those weapons. Because I still have my like
Agent, we're getting word of
level 1
drops
Rootless and
landing,
Merciless in the...
but they're arriving in the dark zone.
Stack.
Something's going on,
that
but
away.
I'm not quite sure what. One thing's for sure, you better get there before the wrong people get their hands on whatever it is.
Is it not
Because
past
I got
them
a feeling
blankets?
It's not past them blankets.
That's not
Get on it,
past them
Agent.
blankets. That voice line always plays when you go to that checkpoint. Like each of the checkpoints has its own voice line. Which is good. We've heard that one quite a bit. These guys fighting some Rikers, so they spread out. Otherwise, this fight as well, like if they're all together and not aggroed, it's just one sticky.
See if we can get that thing.
Catch.
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
Oh yeah, if they die to the bleed, it actually doesn't count. That's why sometimes I... actually, let's go from this side so we get tools. From Dana. Ah, okay. Let's see if it's still... But you've taken the diamondback out already, right? Because I remember actually, with the rootless stuff, you could actually, like after you pulled out the rootless, you would also be able to just pull out all the mods separately.
You said you were gonna share. That's not goddamn sharing.
Just leave us be, man.
Although as well, it's those scatter. Although depends on actually, is it in special deliveries or is it? Because yeah, I would normally be in special deliveries, but that's maybe because the rootless and stuff is there.
This battalion is the only family.
That just didn't go where I wanted it to. That didn't go at all.
Holy shit!
What the?
Sticky will go for that. Named in a second.
Really think you can hide from the LMP?
I really do think. Turn this one into a whole fight. What? I just want them to die from skills. Special areas. Yeah. But yeah, as long as our friends isn't there, then it's... if it's... As long as it's not in like the one that takes up slots, right? Because that one's limited, the other two. They're infinite.
You are now entering a safe area.
We're now exiting the safe area.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
We got a fight on our hands.
Careful out here.
Hands up, maggot. Oh, yeah.
Imagine just enjoying your day, and suddenly you just see a seeker land next to you, and next thing you know, you don't know nothing no more.
Active echo beacon detected.
You're just standing on top of a truck. What is?
Just you and me.
Yeah. I can respect that.
Get it away from me.
Yeah, that's the most annoying thing. Like when they climb up like that, if they climb up on something where the seekers can't follow, like the seekers just self-destruct. It's one of the most annoying things with seekers. At least these seekers are a lot more effective than they are in Div T nowadays. Back in the day, though, hardwired used to be one of the metas. Well, actually nowadays as well, it's still like seeker spam can do very special things. So.
This battalion is the only family I need.
You guys catch this one.
There's a goddamn.
The dog left. Although that dog is gonna have some issues. And here we're gonna wait for my sticky to come back because we can make the next fight instant. If it's here. Because I delete that wave and then if we have it back we can just come around the corner and oh. It was short a little, but that's fine. There we go. Yeah, let's actually go get the weapons. It's like, let's jump back. There's some weapons in a police station there. Let's go.
This was unexpected.
Well,
Thank
weapon
you.
parts. Well, we'll jump back and I'm gonna need a buyer.
Weapons free.
For a second. And then after that, Gonna go do the bannies here.
You're one hell of a shot.
And get those out of the way.
Goddamn mercs.
There's one. That's where the mods are there. You can log into different characters and all mods. The mods don't matter for that. But also, that's not what they are doing at all. Also, yeah, don't discuss glitches because that glitch, like. But that's not what they have. The giveaway should also be Diamondback, which is not what you get for free.
Best gear in this. Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
Yeah, let's clean this up. Either of these actually... No. Yeah. Get two M45s there, but... And it does toss a lot of loot our way. We're just gonna sell everything. Because if nothing else, we can always use more currency. You can always turn currency into Phoenix credits. Also, wouldn't be the first time that I have in a re-rolling a whole build or something that we use up like 20 million or something. Just to try to make it as cheap as possible on the...
Hey, a happy customer is the best customer.
Yeah, let me take a quick bio. I'll be right back. The mailbox will be shared across all characters, so yeah, that's not the issue that they're having there. At least I don't believe they are. I'll be right back.
Functionally, not a damn thing changed. Unless, of course, you want to consider Bliss some sort of tactical genius. And between you and me, the evidence for that particular theory is a little thin on the ground. Ain't just the LMB, though. $5 says, like $5 says anything these days. $5 says that the other guys have done the same thing. Which means they still got someone making decisions. Still got someone giving orders. If you thought they were gonna curl up and die just because the boss got tagged, you got another thing coming.
There we go. Needed that. Oh, that's this one. The Division, not the Division 2 scene, but the Division 1 scene. Let's clean up these caches as well, actually. Could actually check how much diff tech I am. Although I shouldn't be close to cap. We burned down some. We're at 3,000, so we can do 3 more days before I need to figure out what next I'm gonna optimize. Although in most cases, like I can just, you know, just grab something. Likely the hunters, although there's likely the weapons that aren't optimized fully.
How is my new favorite customer?
Still those. Let's already grab one of these. Burger. Yeah, let's go do this character's bounties. And I don't know if anybody actually out there is in Division 1 land. But if you are, and you want to get some bounties in, feel free to say so. So start from the bottom and work our way up. Because I wonder how many people watching are actually also Div 1ing, or if it's just, you know, keeping on for the nostalgia. Yeah, let's not run this with with tactician. Yeah, let's just run it with the striker. I was thinking that nomad, but her nomad is actually the super tanky one, which I don't like as much. I have a different one where it's actually a little bit of firearms. Well, it's basically one stamina roll, which isn't per se how you put up nomad, but nomad is so tanky that like it works out that way pretty well. But here, let's just run
Approaching marked location.
striker in a kind of 6k kind of setup.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Let's kill those assholes. Holy shit! Shoot them all. Make it so waste no more time.
Starting with the easier ones.
Come on, take care of this.
I also have the global lines. Here, basically, whatever I'm shooting at is
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles
most
detected.
of the time either on fire or gassed or bleeding.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Take a shot. Hey, this is our house.
Let's go with the regen from striker together with
Warning.
predatory on top. So just solo PvE.
Want a little drink?
Not try-harding PvE. It's
Hostiles incoming.
works out pretty well.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Don't waste no more time.
High value target has been eliminated.
They got Alex.
He did get Alex.
Engaging.
I was gonna say, wasn't I in combat with these guys? Where's the sniper?
You can take him.
The JDF guy just standing next to her with a gun in her head. Let's try this thing. Yeah, on to the next one. I'm gonna get these guys instead of the Pacan. Yeah, although Big Alejandro wouldn't like. I think they took the Pacan because it's a easy,
Readings indicate this
workable
area
talent
is safe.
for Div 2.
Yeah, no
Because Pacan really only makes sense with
faith in
Lone
you,
Star in
Agent.
there.
Go get him. So freaking boring.
Like like it needs that combo. Because otherwise actually the Big Alundra also doesn't make too much sense if you're not if you don't have Lone Star with it. Where did this go? Oh, here. Canisius would have been a cool one.
Approaching marked location. Warning. You are exiting the safe
But also
area.
we have Dr. Home already, right? Which is...
Warning. Hostiles
Mom,
detected
can we have
nearby.
Caduceus? We have Doctor at Home. Doctor at Home. Is Doctor at Home. Although, well, they work differently because one is on kill, one is
Hostiles incoming.
on hit. That's all. They would kind of fit in that same role. Yeah, the Pagan, I hope
Warning.
they
Additional hostiles incoming.
they did something to it at least. Watch out to not go outside of the bounty zone, which is something that I have a tendency to do sometimes.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Add 100 stacks. And then they won't actually. Any misses, they do count against striker stacks. You lose
Hostiles
stacks.
incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
I hope they actually come at the door. Sunshine Digger and ready.
High value target has been eliminated.
Three names there. Not sure what that is, but you can also have a look. Something dropped over there. Third watch out in as many days. And well, these are, well, getting in the last resources. I'm likely not going to do any watch outs at all. I have enough resources on the characters. We'll spend those and then I can coast on one full reset as well. Because already as well, I only had watch outs on second and third account. I'm gonna turn one of those watch out slots as well. On second account, it's gonna become another hardcore.
Just who I was looking for. You're gonna like what you see.
I wouldn't mind doing kind of refresher through the whole game. Although well, it's not like it's not like I forgot how what the game is, but by just going through the might do that in that last week. Which as well, then I'm gonna spend
That's what I like to see.
it there as well, and then
We don't have any targets pinpointed right now, but check back with me later.
and then they get a reset as well. The one that actually, so I didn't actually test it on PTS. I was hoping somebody else would have checked because you would need 2 PTS or 2 hardcores on the PTS. But if it's also shared on the hardcores like that, and if like what happens if I spend all the points and we make a fresh hardcore and they reach the end game, I'm gonna guess they just, same rule set as the rest of things, and they don't get a full, they don't get a refresh basically on hardcore. If you spend it and the hardcore dies, like you've spent it. Although nowadays we have the stash there. And either I'm gonna guess that's a less stream. Less stream X. And yeah, welcome in here and let's get Shadow there. Gonna guess you're on some div wanting as well, I'm guessing. But yeah, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream and some fun. Over here we're doing some
Approaching marked
Division
location.
1 and just running around getting so the named run, got my dailies in. Not getting one of
Warning.
the
Hostiles detected nearby.
one of my weekly HVTs in.
You think you can take us?
We'll do that. We'll do this 8 times by the end of the global. That is still a benefit in Div 1 as well, just having all 4 character slots filled in. But
Incoming hostiles detected.
also a little overkill. Also, I didn't do it like in one go. We just kept adding a character every time we really came back to Division. Oh well, kind of.
There's only one of them.
Hostiles incoming.
Sorry, come back. Where you go? Spray and pray doesn't work out so much. And still, I also have survivor link, so worst case, if we get all the way to the end of our health, that'll trigger giving
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
basically unbreakable. It'll give me 1 reset and a long cooldown. No. Wasn't sure if I was outside of the boundary. Is this guy still alive? And one of the annoying things is once you kill one of the NPCs, you actually keep shooting into their body. You're just losing stacks. It also becomes a thing of trying to be good about not putting too many rounds out.
Warning.
But the ones were especially fully stacked, kind of Div 2 style.
Heavily armored hostiles detected.
We deal a lot more damage. You can melt your stuff.
High value target has been eliminated.
Well, as well, these are not the highest difficulties here. We're working our way up. Yeah. Back to there. Also, catch up here. So we'll put some damage into the sound, but kind of needs that or something else. Like utility could work as well. But
don't be shy.
currently, the Pakan just it's just one of those like okay, but Bullet King. And Bullet King is just a little bit behind on burst and then like way ahead on sustain, and also not conditional, not kill conditional.
Let's get back to it.
So, Grizzly does no longer get striker sex and if you then longer to get. Well, how do you mean?
Hey yo, let's make a deal.
I mean here with classified striker we're getting 2 stacks per second,
Warning.
or 2
You are
stacks.
now leaving the safe area.
2 stacks per hit. So yeah, here, but yeah, that's kind of like chest striker. Right? But we're getting 2 stacks per hits, but we're going to 100 basically. Yeah. So it's 50 hits instead of the 100.
Inspiration to us all.
I mean, like actually inverse of chest striker. I don't even know. I was thinking that. Wait, what do I even mean with the chest striker? Thing that I said that. Actually, the inverse. Together. Well, that's also only classified striker. So if you don't have the full set, that's a big upgrade. Actually, I feel going to it. Round of 2, unless on 2 or 3. It depends how you're doing it. If you're doing it in a group setting, it can basically take 1 hour of each person's time, basically, which is the same 2 hours. But the DZ method kind of takes around the 2 hours. But especially doing it in the solo DZ method, which is kind of the preferred way that most people do it. And when we say DZ, it's not the real DZ. It's basically a PvE DZ because you're unlikely to see anybody else. You might, especially nowadays, maybe because it's a little bit more popular, but especially on a Tuesday afternoon or evening or night, you're less likely. And even if you do, it's unlikely that, you know, all 3 DZs are populated. And even if you see someone, it's likely to be somebody that is doing the exact same thing you are, so you just leave each other alone. But the DZ method, basically, you have to get a little bit of gear together. You can do it with just the starter gear that you get, but it's just, you would lose more time than you gain. Especially if you're gonna do a few runs. Spending an hour or 2 getting some decent weapons and some gear together. Again, I should be less than that as well, just using, even getting some stuff from just a vendor so you have a high-end weapon.
Warning, additional incoming hostiles detected.
So we basically have a one-time setup, and then it's 2 to 2.5 per run. Although sometimes even like 1.45. Kind of depends as well on who you run into. What's that? Turrets in Div 1. Also, if you shoot them, you don't get stacks. And turrets are annoying like that as well. You have to destroy them because as long as there is one engineer on the field, not the engineer that put it down, but any engineer, they just stay alive.
Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High-value target has been eliminated.
You got a Hilder or an Ire. That's the Division 1 equivalent from bounties. It's like a 90% chance it's a Hilder or an Ire. Yeah, Hilder. So, they come from bounties a lot. And it was indeed a Hilder. So we're going to run invade missions. Yeah. What? Oh, it's from a cache. I'm like, how does loot even happen in here? Let's get some of these sorted out. Not sure what was that, Hilder? Meticulous adept now. Empty it out again. Let's go for the high risk ones. These ones, if we fail, we have to like repay entry, which
You feel like taking on
doesn't
a
mean
tough
that
one?
much. What is it? Over there on top of the building. So I feel like I don't get stacks even if I shoot somebody. Sometimes there's some lagginess and stuff. What do you mean in Div 2, right? Oh, I'll read the other one. Longer to get stacks in Div 2 than 1. No. I feel like so in Division 1 there's a bunch of stuff you can shoot that doesn't give stacks. It's more like an issue here. Like, yeah, those turrets. What you have to keep in mind as well, it really matters how that you don't just unload, at least in Div 1. Because in Div 1, every miss gets counted as well. In Division 2, it's just a decay. Because in Division 2, it's basically just as time passes, you lose stacks.
Just saved my ass.
But here, Division 2 actually had that mechanic as well, originally for Striker. That was one of the bigger buffs it got, and then it got another bigger buff. I love as well that some people were going, yeah, they've given Striker is still at the top even after getting several nerfs. It's just like, what? Striker has gotten basically 3 buffs in its existence and 1 nerf. And actually, over the 3 buffs, like 2 of them were like medium, and then like 1 was the big one of going to the 100 stacks, and kind of how it works now. 100 and 200 stacks.
Hostiles detected nearby.
Get that AO under control.
As the original Div 2 Striker was 50 stacks, and also
hostiles inbound.
On any missed shot would lose stacks.
Got the numbers. Clear out the AO. That's one of ours. Easy target. Down over here.
Hostiles
And
incoming.
then it got its requirement to, like, the misses losing stacks got taken away. And then finally it got the complete rework where it went to like to the chest having a 200 stack option. And
Easy pickings.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Don't get cocky. I can do this all day. Tango's out of cover. The numbers here.
as I got myself in a discussion, I seem to keep finding these people. Although the thing is, yeah, I go out of my way to correct people sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, there was some guy. He went basically on a discussion of Heartbreaker versus Striker, and like why Heartbreaker, with its bigger talent, like why is it not being considered as much? And the reason actually for that is just Heartbreaker stacks worse. Also, while the talent is more basically, the bonus of an RPM bonus, especially on a build that is also then using those stacks as its, you know, stacking mechanic. But yeah, 15% rate of fire is a lot more than 50% weapon damage. Like a lot more. But yeah, there was a guy that went just so Heartbreaker is base damage, which also, like, what does that even mean? Because what is base weapon damage.
Agent, let's
Like I get you can mean all weapon damage, but base weapon damage is a specific term in Division. It's not that. But then
come back soon.
in kind of correcting because they work exactly the same way. They're self-additive, like separate multiplayer in both cases. Except that, of course, in the game it says,
I hear
you
you
know,
need it with this one.
it says plus weapon damage for Heartbreaker, and it says plus total weapon damage for Striker. But yeah, that's like Striker isn't total weapon damage. Like, I love how then like I go like I went, yeah, that's the game being faulty, and they go like, oh, you're too stupid to have a conversation with. I was like literally kind of what they the next, which is just like, what the fuck are you, like, okay, if I like sounded dumb or something, sure, but no, I just took the time to explain to you how they actually work and that the in-game text is wrong. But yeah, special people. Because also, they got unlucky and picked a fight with somebody who actually knows. Like, maybe somebody else goes like, do I maybe know? I've calculated so many strikers and heartbreakers that, yeah, I know.
Approaching marked location.
Also, actually made me realize that maybe I should put a heartbreaker in the wrong text one. I didn't put it in because technically what it's saying is it says increases weapon damage by. Oh no, it doesn't say increases. It says something else.
Let's get this done.
That's basically different than. Because both of them should actually just be reworded to not talk about amps, basically, as well.
Hostiles detected.
I know. Because what they effectively are is just another stat. It's kind of in the same way as like a quick damage works or a weapon damage.
Additional hostiles incoming.
But I always love when people, you know, make unforced errors and then you kind of push them on it and then they like just fully put their foot in their own mouth. It's just,
Warning.
a justified groaning at somebody. I'm always on board for.
This is almost too easy. We lost Thompson. Deploy turret.
There's no engineer with the last save. No.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Over there. Clear out the AO. Looks like we lost one.
We didn't do the reload.
Eyes forward. Do it by the numbers. Wallace is down. Arming the turret.
Also, I think
High-value target has been eliminated.
tomorrow. Oh, actually, this guy being a named engineer didn't count as an engineer. Never paid attention to that. At least not for those turrets over there. They did deconstruct. I was about to say something and I completely lost it.
Now entering a safe area.
Hey, I've got a target for you.
Lieutenant Deep. Dweeb.
This one's a real piece of work. But then again, so are you.
I'm a piece of work. Thank you. And each time we can just refill all the way to full on med packs and stuff as well. Oh. I was stopping on the... back on the roof. A contamination event there.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
Also, yeah, basically 2 more weeks till Brooklyn.
Best of luck out there.
Finally, it's here.
Weapons free.
Or finally, we'll be there. And what I'm mostly hoping for is that it actually just goes a little, like, it's pain-free. The release. Because Wony as well was kind of for a few days, kind of a shit show. As most releases are. I don't remember actually the initial release of Div 2, if like there was much issues, but I remember Div 1 had a lot of issues, like when it launched. I remember I wasn't there, but I remember hearing the stories. But it only, like, the first week I remember was just a lot of server instability, and but they worked out a lot of it really quick.
Approaching marked
Which was
location.
good.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
LMB.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
These always kind of have, well, not per se always a full order to them, but usually the second wave spawns over there, and then a few waves there, and then there.
Hostiles
As you
incoming.
know, so one the other one. LMB overall are some of the tougher enemies. Mostly because they have those turret guys and stuff, and can actually be sometimes annoying waves. Same for their support boxes.
Hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
We got Lieutenant
High-value
Dweeb.
target has been eliminated.
Ding dong, the Dweeb is dead. There we go. Oh, that's that. Yeah, let's take it back to base. Well, actually, yeah, I need a quick bio break. As buddy's going like, you need to pee now, or we riot. I'll be right back. There we go. As I was gonna holding that up, going like, well, there's one more bounty to go. Or finish that and then go, but yeah, no. that was too optimistic.
We got a serious threat. We don't have.
Because we just have one more bounty. Let's get that out of the way. That will likely be
Bad
also
things about this one, but you should be
what
able
we
to
end
handle
on.
it.
Then we've done some good grinding today. Well, it's also in like the shitty spot. The spot is always like out in the street and stuff. There's always like a few extra enemies you have to fight because of it. Sustainable, reliable, and fast. Drugs. Heard you like drugs. You made a whole store for it. These guys are already fighting each other.
Approaching marked location. Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Wait, oh, that wasn't even aimed for me. I just caught it. And even these guys have a bunch of Alexes.
That was some nice work.
Well, then we also have some JDF here.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Lock them down. Take them down. We're up against pros.
Well, and div one as well. The solo scaling is pretty easy, especially if you, yeah, like it's not it's not balanced around, especially classified builds.
Hostiles incoming.
It was so weird how they basically at the end of it just went. Hey, this is the last patch, but also say goodbye to balance. By the way, here are all the classifieds that I've just, you know. Basically, 2 recalibrations, but that's actually one of the things that really makes it.
Hostiles incoming.
Like, with global events where you can get the classifieds, if you can get the classifieds, it's much easier to get the right stats on them. Okay. How about you keep an eye on being blind?
Give them all you got.
Was a little bit of panic there. That's Kilo Squad then as well.
I'm glad I'm fighting you.
I know. Back up to 8,000.
I'm glad you showed up.
Something yellow on the ground there. Let's go see what that is.
Rioters on wanted here. Getting tired.
Alright, it's likely fabrics I can pick up. Am I in combat? Okay. I was like, am I in combat with these guys? And then I got shot.
We're killing him.
Okay. I fast travel now. Yeah, let's take it back to terminal. In the background as well. Let me go have a quick look already. If we have anybody that we're like, let's raid this person. Oh, actually, yeah. interesting. Six is actually streaming. Yeah, we'll go raid him, of course. And because we do want to, I do want to keep it in the Div 1 category.
Agent, let's talk. Got something new.
Anyway, let's actually go do that. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I did a bunch of work today, with the intention that hopefully tomorrow I might be able to jump on either earlier or maybe in the afternoon. I want to check what Descent becomes. The next time Descent becomes Envy, we're going for deep runs because yeah, I still need to get my tier 1. We're in the last 2 weeks. Time is getting short, so we need to get that done. So yeah, depending on if it is that, I might actually kind of plan around that. And otherwise, because it resets tomorrow. And yeah, I want to actually kind of work on the guides a little bit and stuff. There's also a bunch of pre-work we could already do going into the next season. And I kind of want to do that, which is already putting, for instance, things like the Huntsman and the Caretaker into those on-build, weapons on-build kind of things. Even though they might not be final stats, we can take whatever we had from PTS and... you know, if they change it, we change it. Like if they're already in there, I just need to change a stat instead of just adding them wholesale. So I do want to, yeah, finish up the weapon thingy, the weapon guide, and then work on those things. So yeah, we'll do some works on theirs. But yeah, that's all for tomorrow. Also, actually, so yeah, tomorrow as well, I'll likely have a few hours in the afternoon because we didn't actually record anything for tomorrow evening. I was kind of thinking about doing the refactor build showcase, but yeah, we're gonna extend that out. I have 2 decent ideas. I don't know which one I'm gonna go with, but we're gonna go with one of those for tomorrow's video. Enough yapping for me. I'm gonna send you all over to B6 and make you guys his problem. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, definitely in the evening, if nothing else, and likely a little bit earlier as well than that, and kind of work on some shit and then play a lot of other shit because yeah, we have to still grind out. I want to grind out quite a bit in Div 1 and also in Div 2 with the Brooklyn caches. Enough yapping for me. We'll send you on over and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.